bitch about it and record you bitching about it and possibly make money if you bitch about it long enough.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. I will say that, but that's not the answer, though. That's not always the answer. Not everybody's going to be fucking Grandpa Rickles here. And, you know, he's actually doing pretty good. 23,000 subs. He's doing it. He could fix that leak in the roof, dude. We need to send this guy a couple bucks.
You're at the bottom rung of housing. Let's face it. And I want anyone who's watching to know deep down that the American housing system is collapsing in slow motion. That RVs and mobile homes aren't the alternatives. They're the final stop before the streets. This is the last affordable housing line. Welcome back to Offended Outcast.
Actually, look that up real quick. What's the wait time for Section 8 housing? I'm curious about that.
If you haven't had a chance to subscribe to the channel, I hope you take
Already
a moment and do so. Hit the like button too, it really helps. Yep. I appreciate
ding.
it.
Oh, ding.
Well, today I want to expose one of the biggest, dirtiest secrets in modern America. RVs and mobile homes.
Oh, they'll fuck you real good on that. What you got for us?
27 months is the average wait time.
27 months?
Yeah.
The guy goes, yeah, I'm about to be homeless. They go, well, you know, if you could just thug it out 27 months, we'll get you in. No big deal. And it's like this guy, right? He's like, okay, you know, like, what? I'm not saying if anybody should get free housing, it's if you look like this.
Yeah, I would advocate for that too.
Yeah, I'm not saying like white old guy. I'm saying if you are literally old man Jenkins or Grandma Joan, your name is Joan or Dorothy. Yeah. That's how old you are, you know? Deborah, right? Like just saying the name, you know, if you're born any year past 1940, it should literally be like, here's all the free shit in the world.
Please don't work that well.
Yeah. You're not working anymore. Like that's, I don't necessarily feel too bad about us. I really don't, right? Like living in a trailer or like living in a camper, it could be almost fun. Like, you know, people make careers out of it.
Yeah, it should be a fun life.
Yeah, like it could be like exciting, you know, like me and Nestor out on an adventure, you know, like camping around, or me and preferably have a hot, you know, my woman, right?
Yeah.
You know, that could be fun, but a lot of those times it's turned into they almost turn it into a job. You know, it's not just a living situation anymore; it's a job, which I'm not exactly mad about. At least there's that option, but it is kind of trippy to think about that. It's not just popular, guys. You know, it's not just a lifestyle. You know, my dad dealt with this. I had to deal with this in person. I've dealt with this shit firsthand. Luckily, he had me. But think about how many of us aren't having kids or don't have kids. Imagine 30, 40 years from now. What, are we all just going to go to the Philippines? Really? We're just all of us. Just ship all the old people to the Philippines. I don't know if that's going to work too well. And you get a lot of praise. I don't want to dig too deep on that, but you get a lot of praise about like moving to these other countries.
Yeah.
I really do get that. But the funny part is a lot of those countries, this is how the locals live.
Yeah. And then it's when the American comes with money, you're all...
Yeah, it's making it worse for them. It's kind of crazy, but it's happening in reverse. All the people moving here, they're bringing that same energy here to this place, and it's forcing us to be more and more living like less is more. Yeah. Just vlog it, Grant. I kind of wish my grandfather, like I had some vlogs of him when he was 70, you know, like doing whatever the fuck he was up to. That would be pretty cool. So
the last regular housing people can afford are being turned into the next frontier of homelessness. And it's not by accident, mind you. And it's not by bad luck. Well, for some. But for but it's more by corporate takeover and government restrictions and zoning and manipulation. And yes, profit-driven eviction pipelines designed to push the poor people out of sight. So I want to get into that. You used to see people full-timing in RVs and think, nice, they're living free, you know. Oh, they're doing great. Now you see an RV in a parking lot and you think, he's surviving. She's surviving. They're just trying to make it. Because here's the truth now. RV...
I'll tell you the fucking truth. You have to make a tremendous amount of money nowadays. That's what it is. I'm gonna leave a link to the rest of his video down below. I'm gonna finish it too without you guys. I think we should support him. I actually like the guy. I'm subscribed to him. But they've taken, you know, there are we've done this too many times, but there are full-blown careers now for people to do the van life build-outs. Everything gets exploited. Like, for sure. And Nestor, do you think that somebody making $3,000 a month should be able to at least afford a place to live? Would you say yes to that?
Yeah.
I would say that too. Right? Like, I really do believe that. Maybe not like the high life, but like, you know, there used to be a time where you could make $2,200, and yeah, you might live in the trailer park, but you could live off $2,200 a month. And I've lived in a car. Like, you still have to make minimum. Maybe you could get away with $1,000 a month. Fucking maybe, dude. Maybe. That's squalor, though. Good luck with that shit. And if anything happens, but it's a little extreme. Well, last thing I want you to look up. What did I ask you to look up?
The average Section 8.
Okay. Let's end on this note. Look up the fucking like the RV park thing. That's becoming big, but people are like parking. They're staying long term. What's the average RV lot rent? Let's see what we got on this.
$400 to $800 per month.
How much?
$400 to $800 per month.
That's fucking disgusting, dude. That's fucking sickening.
That's sick.
That's
disgusting.
Criminal, dude. But like, if this guy is watching, or if you are somebody who happens to be a senior citizen, or anyone who's trying to do anything on YouTube, trying to bitch about it and make money, I highly recommend you download Connect With Me. It's free in the App Store, okay? And this is something to help you out. They'll give you a phone number so people can call you. That'll be directed to your regular number, and that way they could help donate, and they could pay per minute to talk to you on the phone. And maybe some people might even want to hit you up to not only support you and pay you a few bucks per minute to talk to you, but you know, also maybe have resources for you, or some sort of an opportunity, a way to get a hold of you and help support you. But I think a lot of like small YouTube channels like this, the smaller the better. Charge $1 a minute, charge $2 a minute. Be able to talk to people. You kind of got to get creative nowadays. I think crowdfunding's huge, and it's just a cool service if somebody wants to hit you up. But you know, like, this is my number, right? I charge a lot of money, but I don't want to be on the phone all day. But people will call and support. They will. Like, hey, I wanted to say hi, and here's $10. You know, I think that's pretty cool. But I think this is almost more valuable for like this guy's situation, right? Like this kind of dude's. Like, if he had the phone number, I would fucking call him. I shit you not. I would literally call him.
I'd call too.
Like, I want to send him a few bucks, but I want to do it in a way that's like better than just a super chat, or like, here's your PayPal, which is super sick. I've had people help me out before, but it's a weird thing though. It fucking is. It's bizarre. But anyways, I'll leave this guy's link down below. Offended Outcast. Nestor, you got anything?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah.
I was thinking me and you take a summer trip together.
Heck yeah.
We thug it out in the back of a Subaru Forester. And we just hit the high winds, dude.
Heck
you
yeah.
know?
Sounds good.
That's not gay.
Nah, just two dudes rolling in a camper.
Dude, no, it's hip, dude. Homosexuality? No, I'm just kidding. All right. Hell of a talk. I'll leave the link to him down below. Unreal, man. It's fucking bizarre stuff. Grandpa Rickles from downtown.
Lost objects. We live in a society believe it or not, that has lost different things from the past that some would deem as mystical or I've said that so many times, but for real, but let's get into it. Starting off with El Dorado, also known as the Lost City of Gold. This was a legendary city that was said to be extremely rich in gold and other treasures. So the origins of this myth came about after the Spanish conquistadors heard about how one of the kings down in modern day Colombia, South America, was so rich that he did this ritual where he would cover himself in gold dust and then dive into this sacred lake, Lake Guatavita, to wash off the gold as an offering to their deities. The conquistadors heard this story about this ritual, and then it kind of got spun out of proportion and became this myth about El Dorado, this city made completely out of gold. Which, to be fair, there was a lot of gold down there. They had tons of gold, and they didn't hold it at the same level of importance that we did over in Europe and other places in the world. So after the conquistadors talked about this story a lot, many expeditions were launched by Europeans to go down and find this city. And what's funny about this
thought they were computers. Fuck are the computers? What the hell happened here? The loot. You thought I wasn't gonna be able to do it, but I did it. See how long that took us. Ooh, 19 minutes. Ain't no thing but chicken wings. Okay. Nervioso.
Is they actually searched so much for the City of Gold that it led to the discovery of the Amazon River. Next, we got the Holy Grail. This is a legendary object that traditionally was thought to be the cup that Jesus drank from during the Last Supper. Back during medieval times, people began to add more lore about this cup, about how it was an actual object that had miraculous healing powers and provided eternal life and eternal youth on Earth. So stories about this cup also got spun out of proportion and kind of began to get entwined with the stories about legendary King Arthur, who was constantly trying to find this Holy Grail. Historically, some people believe that there was an actual cup that survived for a long time, and that King Ferdinand the Great was gifted the original Holy Grail in 1055 AD by a Muslim who was trying to reduce tensions in Spain during the Crusades. And today, there's 4 different locations throughout the world that claim they have the actual Holy Grail. The most popular of these places that say they have it is the Valencia Cathedral in Spain, where some believe they do have the genuine cup. There's even some theories that for some reason it's hidden in Fort Knox, but I mean, do they even have gold there? I don't even think they have gold there, so they probably don't have the Holy Grail. Other people think that the Knights Templar actually had it, and they had it for a long time, and then hid it in the Polish countryside with the rest of their treasure, which I'm going to talk about here in a little bit. But if we're being honest, the cup that Jesus likely drank out of during the Last Supper, I would assume was just a clay cup that likely got destroyed later on, because, you know, clay doesn't hold up real well, and I don't think, personally, there was anything really special about this cup other than Jesus drinking out of it. The Knights Templar treasure. Also known as the Order of Solomon, there was this medieval group that was a powerful, devout Christian group called the Knights Templar. They were established back in 1119 to protect people traveling to the Holy Land. But also, this group was put there to carry out military operations because they were considered to be elite soldiers. So, the Knights Templar was said to have a massive treasure because they were constantly getting paid to do different things or to lend money to different people. So the Knights Templar treasure was this massive amount of wealth that many people think that the Templars had by the end of their existence. In 1307, King Philip IV of France disbanded the Knights Templar by accusing them of different kind of made-up crimes. And the reason he did this actually was because he went in debt to them and he didn't want to pay them back. So he's just like, you know what, I'm really powerful, I'll just destroy them instead of giving them the money that we borrowed from them. So the Knights Templar, seeing that they were going to get destroyed, took all their treasure hypothetically and hid it somewhere. Some say it's near the Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland because there was like a whole bunch of mysterious Templar symbolism in this church and around this church. Others say there's tunnels underneath La Rochelle in France because this was a major port that they were at all the time, and so they think while they're getting disbanded, they left all their treasure underneath this port. All that being said, going through history and different things, all the stories of the treasure are just stories, and there's no solid evidence on if they actually existed. I sure hope they did. But they did have a sizable amount of wealth flowing through them at all times because people really trusted them with their wealth. They actually played a crucial role in developing Europe's financial system. the Excalibur. This was a legendary sword of King Arthur from, you know, the stories of King Arthur and the Holy Grail and that sort of thing. There's different versions of this story. The more popular one is that it was given to him, to King Arthur, by the Lady of the Lake, which is this mysterious lady figure that comes up out of the lake and has mystical powers, and she basically gives Arthur this sword that he uses, and the sword also has magic powers.
Alright. Looking for the BTR driver. All that really matters right now. should be able to fucking like float up this bitch. Yes. No way. Was that one of the goons or something? Oh, that was a person. Hell no. I don't know about all that, big dog. And right in the head? No. I saw two different people. I should have just. I aimed right at him, dude. I could have shot, but I didn't know if he was turned around or what.
Others say that Excalibur was actually the sword that he pulled out of the stone that made him the king. Anyways, as I said, this sword has magical powers, like the power to blind enemies because it's so bright. And so in the story, King Arthur died, and as he was dying, he's like, you gotta return this sword to the Lady of the Lake. And so allegedly one of his knights did that, and so maybe there's a mystical sword down in a lake somewhere, and that is where the Excalibur is. Now, while many people believe that the stories of King Arthur and all those things are just kind of legendary and not necessarily real, some people think that the real historical sword of King Arthur was discovered in the uncovering of his grave in England in 1191 AD. And then possibly that real-life sword that King Arthur had was gifted to the English King Richard the Lionheart, who is also a borderline legendary character from history that was real somewhat. Noah's Ark. So in the book of Genesis, Earth gets flooded and it cleans the earth from all of humanity's evil. And so Noah and his family survives by obeying God and building a giant boat to live on for 40 days and 40 nights with pairs of animals from all over the world. Now, the story says that the ark landed on the mountains of Ararat after the flood waters ceased. So many people believe that the actual Noah's Ark is still sitting somewhere on a mountain, but they haven't discovered it. But it has been so many years, I would assume if I were Noah and I had a giant boat and I landed it somewhere and there was no more buildings or people anywhere, I probably would just start dismantling that boat and use it for other shelters. That seems logical to me. There's many different speculations on like different formations that was the actual ark, but anytime someone tries to say something is the ark or something looks like it's the structure of the ark in the Ararat Mountains, people are like, no, there's no way that's real. Anyways, to this day, nothing has been confirmed to be the ark, and maybe it's still out there. Maybe there's a formation somewhat of where it was at. It was a long time ago. The Patiala necklace. This was a huge necklace that was made for Indian royalty of Patiala worth $2.6 billion. It was made by Cartier, this French luxury goods company, back in 1928, and it contained 2,930 diamonds, along with a centerpiece gigantic 234-carat diamond, being the second largest yellow diamond in the entire world. Anyways, this necklace disappeared mysteriously in 1948, but the giant yellow diamond reappeared in 1982 at this auction in Switzerland. Now, while some pieces of this legendary necklace have still yet to be found, parts of the necklace were purchased back in 1998 in a shop in London by a Cartier associate, who then started to rebuild the original necklace. Anyways, the original company recreated this necklace, and the recreated version of it was worn by Emma Chamberlain to the Met Gala in 2022. And a lot of people said it was a big deal and it was controversial. I don't really know why though, because it's just, it's just a piece of jewelry. I know that it has ties with like different historical parts of the world, but I mean, dude, it's just a necklace. It is kind of crazy though, seeing history come back in a modern day event like that. I'm not the biggest jewelry guy, but that's kind of crazy. The Amber Room. Bro, they lost an entire room. This room at the time was often called the 8th wonder of the world. It was an amazing room that was covered in 6 tons of amber stone and leaf gold, and there was mirrors in there, and overall the room was valued at approximately $500 million. The room was created in Prussia in the early 1700s in the Catherine Palace near St. Petersburg. In 1941, during World War II, in the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union, the Germans came in and dismantled and looted everything in this amber room and then transported it to Kaliningrad. Pieces of it were last seen in the Baltic port city, and eventually they all disappeared during the war. However, in 1994, 4 amber stones from the famous room were discovered, and they were in the possession of a German soldier who actually helped pack up the room back in the day. But the rest of the room has not been found, and many people think that it's likely hidden in a salt mine or a lake somewhere in Germany. Anyways, the Amber Room today has now been reconstructed in the Catherine Palace, and it was completed in 2003, so we're so back. The Holy Lance, Also known as the Spear of Destiny or the Spear of Longinus, this is the spear that was said to have pierced Jesus' side during the crucifixion as described in the book of John. There is also more of a Catholic legend about whenever the soldier who, by the way, had bad eyesight, assumed to be Longinus, stuck the spear into Jesus' side, both blood and water came out and trickled into his eyes and cured him of his bad sight. Although this is not part of the official biblical canon story. Over centuries, this spear has gained legendary status from other stories and legends, saying that whoever possesses this spear is made basically invincible in battle, and that it grants the wielder of this spear divine favor so they'll have success in whatever they do, making it a symbol of ultimate power and military success. Others say that it itself has powers to heal wounds and cure illnesses. In modern day, there's at least 4 different major relics throughout the world that claim to be the actual Holy Lance. The most famous of these is in the Vatican in the St. Peter's Basilica. I'm not saying it's not possible that they actually have it, but personally I think this is likely something that would have deteriorated over time, and I have no idea how they would have pinpointed this thing from history. But it's pretty cool. If they have it, that's sick. That's really wow. But they might have it. You never know. It's a big world. The tomb of Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great died in 323 BC. While he was initially buried in Babylon, his body was moved and reburied a couple of times, going from Babylon to Memphis to Alexandria, Egypt. Now, although most people think that his resting place is in Egypt, they weren't for sure still. But I recently found this really interesting theory that Alexander's real tomb was likely mistaken for an Egyptian pharaoh that actually was 1,000 years older than Alexander the Great. So people think that this tomb is labeled to be 1,000 years older than Alexander the Great. Maybe it was on purpose to throw people off from grave robbing him. Maybe they're completely wrong and convoluted in this, but it's still a lost place that we are still not for sure where it is at to this day. The legendary Florentine diamond. This is one of the most famous gemstones in the world. It is a 137 karat yellow diamond that is so rich in weird history with it. Originally, it was made for the Duke of Burgundy, Charles the Bold, who died wearing it in a battle, the Battle of Morat in 1476. And then this diamond was pillaged from his body after the battle, and the dude who got it thought it was glass and then sold it for 2 francs. After this, it passed through several different owners over the next 400 years, even being owned by Pope Julius II at one point. Eventually, it ended up being owned by Charles I, the Emperor of Austria, where he then had it stolen from him shortly after World War I in 1918. So many people think that it was taken down to South America with the rest of the crown jewels, but it was rumored that this massive diamond was brought back to the US in the 1920s, where it was recut and then sold. So at that time in the early 1900s, it was valued at $750,000. Adjusted to inflation, this diamond today would be worth $15.5 million. Dude, it's just a rock. It's not the Philosopher's Stone, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. The art
No way, the fucking BTR's here.
Hi guys, this is a quick escape from Tarkov task guide for the very first quest of the BTR questline, A Helping Hand for Mechanic. Completing this task will also complete Shipping Delay Part 1 from Prapor, so these two quests are combined. In order to start this quest, you need to speak to the BTR driver on Woods. The BTR can be found in the following locations. It will roam around the map, talk to driver, and into the train depot. I've encountered a bug where the BT, so if he's not once you selected take a ride, when you turn around you will see a gray building right there, and inside of this gray building there are two spawns for the package. The first one is right to your right against that table right there. The second one is in this back office on the left next to this monitor on top of this table. Now, once you found the package, I would highly recommend hopping into the BTR and leaving as fast as possible, because if you get abandoned by the BTR in this area, it can be a bit of a headache trying to escape. So once you get inside of the BTR, you're going to select the location you want to go to, and you're going to have to survive an extract. Now, in the circumstance that the BTR leaves without you, you can escape if you follow.
Конечно,
BTR driver. Do note, the BTR driver does only spawn 80% of the time, and he does not stop at every station that you see on a map, so keep that in mind. To acquire this key, all you need to do is a few quests on the BTR driver's quest line, or you can just buy it from the flea market. Right now, it looks like the 10 out of 10 keys are going for around 700,000, give or take, so it's kind of pricey. So here's how you exit the train depot. You of course have the option of the BTR if one, you loot like just the locked room and get out quick enough, or if it comes back around, which is also possible, I believe. But if not, you just come up the staircase and you pretty much just follow, like, it's not a normal looking path.
Hello everyone, in this video I'll be covering everything you need to know about the key, Old House Room Key. So, what you need to do is you need to get your butt over to the train depot. The only way to get here is by using the BTR to get over here. Once you pay the BTR to get over here, you will be dumped either side of the BTR. I've just killed an army of scavs here, so ignore the mess, but you want to run through this shipping cannon around it. But avoid running there, the sniper scav likes to shoot you all the time. There's this little destroyed house down here. So it's not the rooms on the right, they are empty, only room to the left. So let's unlock this, as you can see, keys been used, done there as well. Open this one up, and here we go. So this loot in here is actually pretty good, I actually really enjoy it. Enjoy it? Really like it. There's a lion there, there's normally random bits and bobs here. Oh, yes, there you go, blue folders. I know they're not costing too
Someone's already been here. Oh, okay.
So it's not the rooms on the right, they are empty, it's only room to the left. So let's unlock this, as you can see, keys being used, dump them there as well. Open this one up, and here we go. So this loot in here is actually pretty good, I actually really enjoy it. Enjoy it? I really like it. There's a lion there, there's normally random bits and bobs here. Oh, yes, there you go, blue folders. I know they're not costing too much at the moment, but they are... Oh, okay, whatever. Anyway, blue folders, that's a pretty good spawn. You've got a raven, anything under the bed doesn't look like it. You've got 2 weapon containers, you've got streamer items here. I found a roller here before, so that's, at least that's a gold spawn, so you know, you could get some bitcoins and whatnot. They are like a million bits and bobs here. Oh, yes, there you go, blue folders. I know they're not costing too much at the moment, but they are... Oh, okay, whatever. Anyway, blue folders, that's a pretty good spawn. You've got a raven, anything under the bed doesn't look like it. You've got 2 weapon containers, you've got streamer items here. I found a roller here before, so that's, at least that's a gold spawn, so you know, you could get some bitcoins and whatnot. They are like a million bucks at the moment. You've got a ratchet, you've got a weapon box. What do we get here? Oh, the whole thing is full, but obviously it's not. Result's not typical when it's in this weapon box. It's an MP7, but in general there is... I think I found 2 Bulbex wrenches there before as well. Weapon box can spawn there, and we've got a pressure gauge. Overall, the key is really good. I think it's very worth it. However, I wouldn't buy it for the 5 million people are asking for. You can get it as a reward, as a quest reward from Swift Retribution. It's not used in a quest as of yet, but it is only early January or mid-January, so of 2025. And that's it for the key. I'm going to show you the quick extract to include the mine.
Wow. First when I get over here, I get shit. Just my luck. My motherfucking luck. Nothing else, bro. Bro got a blue folder. I got some fucking scissors. Little dude. somebody came here and grabbed the package. Mode. Dope.
Ark of the Covenant. We're so back. It's said to be a gold-plated wooden chest that contained the 2 stone tablets with the commandments on it, and then it also carried the staff of Moses' brother Aaron and a jar of manna, which was food. According to the Old Testament, the Ark had a lot of strange things that happened around it, as it was supposed to represent the presence of God. For instance, when this one guy stumbled carrying the Ark, he reached out to steady it, and when he touched the side of it instead of carrying it by the handles, he instantly died. Also, whenever the Philistines stole the Ark, they were inflicted with these weird plagues and illnesses, and then they immediately returned it saying that it was cursed. Anyways, where is this mystical object at today? Some people speculate that the Ark is hidden in caves near Jerusalem on Mount Nebo, but for some reason the Ethiopian Orthodox Church claims that they have it and that it is in their church, Our Lady Mary of Zion. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible that they have the Ark, but it just seems unlikely that after thousands of years, it suddenly just turns up. There's no history on it being anywhere for thousands of years, and suddenly it shows up right at the time whenever manufacturing relics like this was happening a lot throughout the world. I also find it odd that no one is allowed to see it except for one monk who guards it all the time. And then also there's this story about this London professor during World War II who said he got the chance to examine it because he basically barged his way in, and he took a look at it and he was like, this is a medieval box that was created during medieval times, so he thinks it was created roughly around 1100 to 1400 AD, during a time where they were making a lot of replicas just like this. Anyways, the last time the Ark was actually mentioned in the Bible was saying it was inside the temple in Jerusalem, and so a lot of people, including myself, believe the Ark of the Covenant was destroyed by Babylon whenever they sacked Jerusalem and destroyed Solomon's temple in 586 BC. Or maybe it was just taken by Nebuchadnezzar himself. Not himself, but, you know, his army. But, you know, we all know where it's actually at. There's a warehouse with a whole bunch of these things, and it's somewhere in there. The Tomb of Cleopatra. So Cleopatra's tomb location has never been discovered exactly. We assume that Cleopatra, along with Mark Antony, were buried together in Alexandria, Egypt. However, many people think that the reason we can't find this tomb is due to the fact that 1400 years ago, Egypt was hit with this terrible earthquake which caused huge tsunamis to form and hit the coast of the great city of Alexandria. When this happened, it sunk the island of Atrahatos, taking down Cleopatra's palace along with the old Alexandria lighthouse, which, keep in mind, was a wonder of the world at the time. It was a really cool place, and it's really sad that that got destroyed. Cleopatra's palace is now 16 feet underwater, and there's more than 20,000 artifacts that you can now go down and scuba dive with and see if you want to, which that would be really sick to do. I want to do that. So yeah, I would assume that Cleopatra was buried underneath Cleopatra's palace, and then it got destroyed and flooded, and now it's just really hard to find. It'd be sick to find it. Not gonna lie, Cleopatra kind of sucks. Go back and look at history. She's pretty lame. She destroyed her entire family's dynasty and was like terrible to her family, and everybody's like, oh, she's such a great leader. No, she was not. She ruined everything. Moving on. The Philosopher's Stone. This is what you guys are here for. This is the one. This is how you make gold out of sand. So the Philosopher's Stone is this legendary alchemic substance that has fascinated people for centuries. It's said to be able to turn regular base metals like mercury or lead into gold or silver. The idea of this stone goes back to ancient times and has been a central symbol in alchemy. If you don't know what alchemy is, don't feel bad. I didn't either until doing more research on it. Alchemy is basically the medieval version of chemistry. It's based on transforming matter into different things, oftentimes thought to be more of doing like a magical process. Alchemists believe that there is a specific stone or type of stone or material that could actually turn different things into other things just by being close to it or doing a process with it. And that it could basically perfect any substance, including human souls, into whatever they wanted to make it into. There's this funny story. There was this one king, King Rudolph II of Bohemia, who was really obsessed with finding the stone. He kind of went borderline insane and schizo trying to find the stone. He ended up exhausting a lot of his resources and ended up trying to use a bunch of random different things that he thought was the stone that was probably really toxic and ended up going completely bonkers. So, you know, alchemist moment. But he believed that, you know, probably different radioactive, borderline radioactive things was going to turn mercury into gold. He failed. His younger brother actually kicked him out of power because he was so insane. But the alchemists believed that they could make what they would call the elixir of life or the elixir of immortality with the Philosopher's Stone. And that elixir of life was said to be like a potion thing that was said to grant the drinker of it eternal life or eternal youth while curing all diseases. Anyways, we're not for sure what it is today. Maybe it was the elephant foot in Chernobyl. Probably not, because that wouldn't be very beneficial for us. Moving on. The Staff of Moses. Also known as the Rod of Moses or the Staff of God, this was a shepherd's staff that was used on different occasions during several miracles, such as whenever Pharaoh had his sorcerers transform their staffs into serpents. Moses also transformed his rod into a serpent, but his serpent was stronger than theirs and ended up swallowing their serpents, so he won the snake fight. And then also he used it during several times when God commanded him to initiate like the plagues on Egypt. He used it then, and then also he used it again whenever he stretched out his hand over the sea to part the Red Sea with the staff. Today it's likely that this staff was destroyed because it was a wooden stick. I would assume it was destroyed, and it wasn't like Aaron's staff where, you know, Moses' brother put his staff in the ark. Rather, his stayed with Moses and he never saw the promised land, so it was maybe buried with him. So there's more widely accepted claims that the staff was part of these sacred relics that were collected in the Topkapi Palace Museum in Istanbul. Others, according to some traditions, suggest that it's hidden with other sacred items right before the destruction of Solomon's temple. So maybe they actually got a hold of it and put it in Solomon's temple and then hid it later on. Anyways, we don't know where it's at. Was it a mystical object? Did it have actual powers on its own? Treasure of Flor de la Mar. So the Flor de la Mar was this huge Portuguese ship that sank during 1511. Also known as the Flower of the Sea, the ship was rumored to be carrying the amount of gold worth 2.5 billion US dollars today, making it one of the most valuable lost treasures in history. So this treasure was amassed by this Portuguese general and admiral Alfonso de Albuquerque during the conquest of Malacca. He intended for this treasure to be a gift for King Manuel of Portugal. Anyways, he loaded up his boats extremely heavily with this massive treasure, and it was too much for the one single ship to carry, and then they encountered a severe storm, which was also bad, and so the ship broke apart and then sank, taking the valuable cargo down to the ocean floor. Most likely this thing sunk off the coast of Sumatra in Indonesia, and after numerous searches, the exact location of the wreck and the treasure remains undiscovered. So ever since then, obviously, a $2.5 billion treasure is going to attract a lot of attention. People have constantly been trying to find this thing. The treasure included, very likely, 60 tons of gold, 200 gem-filled chests with diamonds and rubies and emeralds, and if it was found today, it would be a national treasure level treasure find. There's different conspiracy theories on what happened to this treasure, like maybe it didn't sink or maybe someone found it. Some think that the treasure was salvaged by local fishermen and inhabitants of nearby islands shortly after the shipwreck. According to this theory, the treasure was taken by the locals and then passed down through generations and has remained a closely guarded secret in that community. Other people point to there being a government cover-up and that the treasure was actually discovered by a government or a powerful organization or group of people, and they covered it up to avoid the legal repercussions of finding this treasure because, you know, in the absence of the original owners, the property recovered at sea belongs to the leader of whatever country owns those waters in most places of the world. So if you find a treasure, you usually don't want to tell that you found it because then they're going to take most likely all of it or most of it. Next, we got the Tree of Life. This is another biblical one. In the book of Genesis in the Bible, there's a passage that mentions how the Garden of Eden had a lot of great trees, but it specifically mentions how there's two particular trees. The Tree of Life that's in the middle of the garden, as well as the Tree of the Knowledge of Good and Evil. They're two separate trees. Now, after disobeying God by eating from the forbidden tree, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, God forbade Adam to eat from the tree of life to prevent him from living forever in this state. So it's written that humanity was kicked out of the garden, and then an angel was placed with a flaming sword to guard the tree of life from every direction. So, whether you believe in the creation story in Genesis as being literal or metaphorical, I found it really interesting that the angel was sent specifically to guard the tree of life and not the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Anyways, if this is a literal location and the Garden of Eden is still out there and not destroyed by the flood, the most common location people believe this lost place is would be around Mesopotamia, which is modern-day Iraq. The main reason people would assume it's there is because in Genesis it talks about how there's 4 specific rivers that flow out of the garden, 2 of them being the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers, which would place it right there in southern Iraq. Anyways, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that no one has made it back there, and the Tree of Life is a lost object. Blackbeard's treasure. This was one of, if not the most famous pirate in history. His treasure remains one of the greatest maritime mysteries of all time. Blackbeard, mainly known for his horrifying reputation and massive amount of treasure that he got through piracy, was a terrifying character who I thought was a pirate for a really long time, but it turns out he was only a pirate for a little under 2 years. It was believed that he amassed a huge treasure in that short span of time that included gold and silver coins and ingots, jewelry and precious gems, emeralds, silks, artifacts, valuable goods, really cool weapons, and it's estimated that his wealth was around $12.5 million in today's money. But according to Blackbeard, he said that his treasure, quote, lay in a location only known to him and the devil. Several theories on the possible location of where he hid his treasure. So Blackbeard died in a naval battle with Lieutenant Robert Maynard in 1718 near Oracoke Island. Some even say that after this battle, Blackbeard's ship was rigged with explosives and he forcibly sunk it near that island. However, Oracoke Island is also the place where he beached his favorite ship, the Queen Anne's Revenge. So people think that he was able to get his treasure off of this ship that he beached earlier on and hid it somewhere on that island. Others say that he never amassed a large amount of wealth and that there was no real treasure because he splurged all his riches on wine and merrymaking with his boys, which, you know, I don't blame him. I mean, if I was at the end of it all, you know, and I was a pirate living out my best 2 pirate years of my life, I'm probably going to be a jolly old feller and just live it up with the boys, live it up with the crew. So people are always constantly trying to look for this treasure. There's all kinds of these, you know, silly Discovery Channel documentaries about trying to find the treasure where they're always just about to find it, and then commercial, and then they didn't get close to it. What happened? But some people say that people have found the treasure, but they just weren't stupid enough to report it, because very likely if they did report it, a lot of it would have gotten taken by different people, government organizations. The Smithsonian probably would have just locked it up in their basement, and then nobody would have seen it again. Joking. Die Glocke. Die Glocke, also known as the Bell, is an alleged top-secret piece of technology that Nazi Germany was supposedly developing back in the 1940s during World War II. So this was one of their so-called wonder weapons, or Wunderwaffe, which were these weapons they were trying to make that were basically supposed to be like super weapons that they mainly used and like flaunted around for their propaganda to say like, we have better stuff than you, we have these mystical weapons that can do untold things. Anyways, this Bell was this giant 12-foot tall bell-looking device that many think was either anti-gravity technology, basically like a flying saucer, or that it was possibly a time machine, or just a machine that could see into the past. What's interesting is rumors of this device have existed since World War II, even though for some reason mainstream media criticizes any idea of there being rumors back then, but it's pretty clear there was rumors of this device right after World War II. So mainstream people criticize the idea of this bell existing and say that it's pseudo-scientific and just recycled rumors, and the more I research on it, the less I know, the less my brain works. But the place people think it was created and experimented on is modern-day Poland. I find this interesting. There's an area near the area where they say that Die Glocke was doing the weird experiments, where this actual real project called Project Rise, or Project Rise, where they're doing these huge construction projects basically underneath this crazy castle, and it was one of the most massive construction projects that they tried to do during World War II. And many people think that underneath the ground in this huge cave system. They were basically trying to build a complex to build their V2 rockets, which is a whole nother crazy thing that they were doing during World War II. They had rockets during World War II. They weren't super great at the time, but they were way advanced compared to other stuff in the world. Anyways, I found this interesting thing where this guy insists that the bell was real, but it wasn't what we thought it was, and that it was being built near that castle where they're doing the secret V2 weapons research or building. But the bell was not a UFO or a time machine, but it was rather like a particle accelerator, which would have been early to particle accelerators and like one of the first of its kind, which oddly enough, that kind of ties right into Black Ops Zombies about how they made the particle accelerator and ripped a hole into. Okay, well, we're not going to talk about this. Or the guy claims that the bell was rather a way to harvest plutonium from uranium by doing this process called transmutation. And the thing was just in the shape of a bell. So, maybe it did exist, but it was just a complete different project than all the conspiracy theories say. Anyways, it's really strange. What in the world were they doing? It is totally possible they could have been doing a secret project and we had no idea what they were doing and there's no information on it, because different things have happened. Like, for instance, the ball tank, which was this tiny tank in the shape of a ball. There was no papers on it. There was nobody who talked about it. We had no spies in there to know what was going on. And then at the end of the war, we went in and we found a ball tank. A tank in the shape of a ball. It was really small and kind of weird looking, kind of funny. And there was no papers on it. And it's just kind of amazing that something could be completely hidden like this. If we hadn't found that tank, the ball tank itself, we probably also would have said it's just conspiracy theory, so keep that in mind. Crystal skulls. These are multiple shaped objects that are in the shape of a skull that are made out of solid rock crystal. It's often claimed that these skulls came from ancient Mesoamerican cultures. Supposedly, they were created by civilizations like the Aztecs or the Mayans. What happened was there were different explorers throughout the world who reported finding these skulls somewhere around Mexico, or they would find them somewhere around Central America. And also, people started reporting that these things had mystical properties and like supernatural powers, and that whoever came in contact with these skulls got memories from anybody who came in contact with them, and then those memories would just get passed on to the next person who came in contact with the skulls. There's even other theories that these skulls were actually part of a skeleton of some sort of creature, but I don't think so. Anyways, there's a legend called the 13 Skulls Prophecy, where some say that there's these 13 scattered skulls around the world, and if all the skulls are brought together into the right place, they would reveal the secrets of the universe and the knowledge that is hidden from us, but we will only unlock them whenever humanity is ready. This also ties in with ideas of like the Mayan calendar and the end of the world, and information it would give us that would help us survive some sort of cataclysm. Anyways, I personally don't believe in all this stuff, but I dug into it. It's super cool. I really like it a lot. I think it's really cool. But after doing more research into it, it seems like people created these skulls somewhere in Europe, likely in Germany in the 1800s. So it seems that most of or some of the skulls were just an elaborate hoax, even though they are cool and I wish they were real. Solomon's Ring. The Ring of Solomon, or the Seal of Solomon, was this legendary signet ring that was allegedly owned by the Old Testament king, King Solomon, the son of the more famous King David. After doing a lot of research into the Ring of Solomon, it doesn't seem that there's any account in the Bible about this ring. It's a non-biblically canon story, but it's still kind of interesting. People say that the angel Gabriel gave Solomon this ring that could control demons and jinns, and that he would use this ring to enslave them, and maybe he enslaved them to then build the temple. Because, the temple was a architectural wonder at the time. It just didn't make sense how it was built in the way it was, and it seemed that there had to be some sort of supernatural power to have built it. People also say this ring gave him special powers like the ability to talk to and control animals, control over the weather, allowing him to summon wind and rain, and the ability to cure any diseases. In the actual biblical story, God asked Solomon if there was anything that he wanted, and Solomon said that he wanted a discerning heart or an understanding mind / obedient heart. And then God was pleased with his answer and gave him those things along with wisdom. But this story, rather the non-biblically canon story, says that he was instead given this ring that gave him these powers. Going adjacent to this sort of thing, there's also this book called The Lesser Key of Solomon, which is really interesting because it's a book that was written in the 1700s, but the material in this book that was all compiled is much older, maybe around 800 BC even. And basically this book is about how there was these themes in old Judaism about how Solomon enslaved these demons and used them to build the temple, and it describes the names of these demons, what they do, how to summon them. And then people theorize this book was written by the Masons that helped Solomon build the temple, which later maybe turned into the Freemasons, so that the Masons could then later on use this knowledge to build different things or for different things. I also found it interesting how they talk about how this ring is made out of stuff like brass and iron, and it had inscriptions that it used to command both good and evil spirits, which kind of ties in with the idea that like technology, I don't know if you've heard this, it's kind of weird, technology is demonic itself. And because, you know, like brass, iron, gold, they're all conductive materials, and the ring was made out of like brass and iron, and so it's kind of like a circuit board, and maybe it's some sort of technology, and maybe our technology is demons. And anyways, there's bugs underneath your skin, and the people in your walls have been talking far too loud today. But to summarize, some people think there is a literal ring that can control demons, and maybe secret societies have it, and maybe the Freemasons still have it, and that's why they have gained power, and maybe it has been influencing different events throughout history behind the scenes. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. If you like weird lost objects, you are just like me for real. I appreciate all the subs, even though my content's not that great yet. I'm going to be having a lot more great stuff soon, so if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing, or go ahead and watch some of my other videos. I had a few good ones come about. I want to continue doing these iceberg type videos because it goes off so many cool topics, and I can just make super long videos and talk about a lot of cool stuff and learn a lot of cool stuff, and just kind of chill out and talk about nonsense for a while and rant. We're so back. So go ahead, do yourself a favor, get a lobotomy, hit subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next video. Thank you.
With it, but there is a mention in the reports that one of the cans was opened with a P-38 military can opener. For this reason, a lot of people say Jack Madruga had
lost object. Cryptids from medieval times iceberg. First up, we got the sea monk. The sea monk is this creature that is said to have a lower body of a fish, but an upper body that resembles a human that looks like a monk. It's said to play near the shore to attract people with games, where it then will drag someone in when they get close and eat them. What's really crazy is that we have record of it because it's been described in multiple natural history books from the 1500s as being a real animal. There was one that was supposedly caught between Denmark and Sweden around 1540, and most likely it was just a misidentified monkfish or angelfish. The wyvern. So a wyvern is a creature that is very similar to a dragon, but instead of having 4 legs like a dragon plus wings, it has 2 legs and wings. Normally these things don't breathe fire, and they are fairly popular throughout medieval artwork as a symbol of power. What I like a lot about it is oftentimes it is depicted much more serpent-like, and sometimes it uses like poisons, a lot like some sort of viper or snake. And fun fact, in Game of Thrones, these dragons that you see are actually technically wyverns, as they only have 2 legs and wings. Next up, we got snails. So if you look throughout medieval artwork, you will see that there's a lot of depictions of knights fighting snails for some reason. Many of the scenes involve a knight kneeling down and begging for their life in front of a snail that is attacking them. Other pieces of artwork depict a knight fighting bravely against this apparently dangerous foe, and this left historians puzzled for a really long time. They didn't know why they were doing this, and it led to a theory that the reason they have these snails is to show the knights as being like cowards if they're scared of them, or to maybe show how some knights would just kind of exaggerate their stories, like, oh yeah, I fought this really dangerous snail who was actually very dangerous, and maybe they say similar stories about fighting other people. Monopods. So monopods are these kind of dwarf-like creatures that have this single giant foot that is in the middle of their bodies. It's said that they were able to leap with surprising agility, but they often were depicted as like lying down on their backs, using their giant foot as like an umbrella to shade them from the sun. They were first described around 400 BC and were said to originate from India by travelers back in the day. Their existence was later on popularized in books during medieval times like the Travels of Sir John Mandeville, and people genuinely thought they existed. The vegetable lamb of Tartary. So this is a legendary animal-plant hybrid that was once believed to grow sheep that were alive as its fruit. It was described as this sheep that was attached to this plant by its umbilical cord, where it was then depicted as the lamb walking around grazing on plants near it until it ran out of food, where it then withered up. This myth originated in Central Asia, where it was believed to maybe represent like cotton plants, and it was also first mentioned in Sir John Mandeville's writings. The Bonacon. So this is a bison-like creature that kind of looks like a bull, but it has horns that curl inward towards each other, but these horns are useless for defense, so it has another weapon, which is attacking its enemies by spraying them with fiery diarrhea. This fiery acidic diarrhea was said to travel great distances, as much as 600 feet, where it then burns anything it touches, and usually this legend was just used as jokes in stories about travelers. The Blummies, or headless men. So these were described as these headless humans that had faces set in the middle of their chests. They were described as having great strength, and oddly enough, they were first mentioned by Herodotus around 500 BC as these odd people from distant lands that were later described pretty much the same way in some tales, saying that famous figures had seen them, such as Alexander the Great while he was on his military campaigns, and sometimes they're illustrated on medieval maps, seemingly to represent like the many monstrous creatures that lived at the edges of the known world. Last one, we got the Tarrasque. So the Tarrasque is this fearsome creature from French folklore that is depicted as this dragon-like creature with 6 short bear-like legs, a lion's head, a spiked back, and a long serpent-like tail. The most famous of these stories of the Tarrasque is of this one that lived next to the village of Nerluck. One day, this creature came down to attack this French village and ate many inhabitants, where the survivors then asked Saint Martha for help. She then traveled to the lair of the beast, armed with the cross and holy water, and converted it to Christianity to tame it. This monster then became friendly, where Saint Martha was said to lead it to the edge of the village, where the villagers, still scared of it, ended its life. The villagers then felt bad about this and renamed their town to Tarascon in honor of it. And the town actually still exists today, and they hold a festival every year to celebrate the defeat of Tarrasque. Anyways, I love cryptids, and it is so awesome that back in medieval times, even whenever they were dealing with like the Black Plague and stuff, they were like, you know what, these things are real, and that is very based. The hoax iceberg. First up, we got the BBC spaghetti tree hoax. So the British Broadcasting Channel made this 3-minute spoof broadcast that aired on April 1st, 1957. In this video, they claim that this special tree in Switzerland grew spaghetti, and it was presented like really professionally by a respected broadcaster. The segment showed this Swiss family harvesting spaghetti strands off this tree, and they explained how the crop was cultivated and the ideal weather conditions to grow it. This was taken seriously by many viewers, and hundreds of people contacted BBC asking where to get their own spaghetti trees. Anyway, this hoax got super popular due to the credible presentation and because the public wasn't familiar with spaghetti at the time in Britain after World War II, and yeah, spaghetti tree. Balloon Boy. So in 2009, there was this homemade large helium-filled balloon that was released above Fort Collins in Colorado by Richard and Mayomi Heaney. This family claimed that their 6-year-old son, Falcon, great name, was trapped inside of this balloon. Authorities followed this balloon and saw that it reached 7,000 feet during its 90-minute flight, and the National Guard helicopters and local police pursued this balloon, where it then landed 12 miles northeast of the Denver International Airport. But the boy was not found inside of it. There was also a report during this that some object was seen falling from the balloon at one point, but after a large search, the boy was found hiding in the attic of his home, where he had apparently been the entire time. It's hard to say if this was done as a publicity stunt or if the missing kid actually made the family think that he was maybe in the balloon somehow, but it's crazy that this ever even happened. Finger in Wendy's chili. So in 2009, this lady claimed that she had found a human finger in a bowl of chili at Wendy's in California. This sparked media frenzy, and it caused an estimated loss of $20 to $30 million for Wendy's. But after further investigations, it revealed that the finger belonged to a co-worker of the lady's husband and was not cooked in the chili, but rather had been planted there as part of a fraudulent scheme to extort money from Wendy's. The Brazilian SpongeBob incident. So this is a claim that there was a lost episode of SpongeBob that only aired once in 2016 in Brazil. In this episode, Squidward was playing the clarinet where he accidentally hit the brown note. The brown note is this legendary hypothetical infrasonic frequency that when it's played at a high enough volume causes involuntary defecation by resonating with human bowels. And apparently when this episode aired, it caused hundreds of people across Brazil to simultaneously poop their pants. Some people believe that maybe this wasn't a hoax and it actually happened and it was covered up because they were testing it as a new type of warfare thing. But yeah, don't play the brown note. Mary Toft birthed bunnies. So in 1726, there was this lady named Mary Toft, a woman from England who claimed to have given birth to several rabbits and other strange things like a cat. She somehow had convinced local doctors, and this gained national attention, and even some of the king's court initially believed her due to her convincing nature of her staged births. This deception later unraveled when a lady admitted to supplying Toft with bunnies, and Toft later on confessed to it being faked and was briefly imprisoned for fraud. And the hoax is now notorious with showing how gullible people were back during the 18th century. Taco Liberty Bell. So on April 1st, 1996, Taco Bell released this announcement in several newspapers like the New York Times, where they said, in effort to help the national debt, Taco Bell is pleased to announce that they purchased the Liberty Bell and that they were going to change the name to the Taco Liberty Bell, and stated that it would still be available to the public to view. Thousands of worried citizens called both Taco Bell headquarters and the National Park Service in Philadelphia to find out if the bell really had been sold to them. And while some thought that this was really inappropriate and unpatriotic, this has to be one of the greatest April Fool's jokes of all time. Cottingley Ferries. So this was a series of photographs that was taken by two young cousins in England between 1917 and 1920, where there's these photos that appeared to capture these girls interacting with real fairies in their garden. These pictures gained widespread attention and initially was even endorsed by notable figures like Arthur Conan Doyle, the author who created Sherlock Holmes. And at this time, there was a widespread fascination with like spiritualism and supernatural stuff that likely caused this public receptiveness to the authenticity of such pictures. These photographs were later revealed to be a hoax and were just paper cutouts of fairies. The Travels of Sir John Mandeville. So this was a book written in 1371 that was titled The Travels of Sir John Mandeville. It described the travels of this English knight who left England around 1322 to explore the world. It was unknown who the author was, but it described things such as islands where inhabitants had the bodies of humans but the head of dogs, creatures called blemmies, which were essentially like headless people that had faces in the middle of their chests, and even creatures like monopods, these things that have one giant foot that it uses like an umbrella to shelter itself from the sun. Anyways, these stories were like interwoven with real geological descriptions of the world in different places at this time, and it was very accurate, so that's why many people believe that it was actually real. But no, this entire story was just fictional. Anyways, I love hoaxes. Pretty much all my videos are about hoaxes, but this one is more specific. World War I iceberg. First up, we got the Christmas truce. So this was an unofficial ceasefire that took place along the Western Front around Christmas 1914. German and Allied soldiers emerged from their trenches, exchanged greetings, sang carols, and even shared food and gifts and played football together. It was this brief, spontaneous moment of peace, but then fighting soon resumed afterwards, and commanders discouraged it from happening ever again. Fake Paris. So this was actually a fake version of Paris, France that was built near the city back in 1918 to mislead German bombers to not bombing the city. It included fake streets, lights, railways, and even wooden replicas of the industrial area in Paris. It was designed specifically to look convincing from the air at night, but the war ended before it was finished, so it was actually never used. Liberty food. So before the war, German was the second most widely spoken language in the United States, but this actually declined after the war due to anti-German sentiment. A lot of town names, people's last names, and even some food names were changed. Hamburgers became Liberty steak, Frankfurts became Liberty sausage, and sauerkraut was even referred to as Liberty cabbage. So the more you know. SMUB-85 Sea Monster. So this was an incident where this German submarine, the SMUB-85, was carrying 34 men when it was shot by British forces in 1918. This submarine was then forced to surface where the crew escaped before it sank, and whenever the German soldiers were taken as prisoners, they began to tell these British soldiers that they'd been attacked by this mysterious sea monster that they described as this huge beast with large eyes and a large, horny sort of skull, and the British sailors were really skeptical about this, but then they examined the German submarine and saw that right before it sank, it had been damaged by something that looked like it had bitten a chunk out of the side of the submarine, kind of like a giant squid had done it or something. However, most historians think that the Germans just made it up because there was no evidence to prove their claims. California's war on squirrels. So in 1918, during World War I, California launched these aggressive statewide campaign to kill ground squirrels. The reason for this is because they were consuming or contaminating millions of dollars worth of grain that were vital to the war effort. This campaign was framed as a patriotic duty with slogans like "Kill the squirrel and help win the war." School children were then recruited to spread poisonous grain and then collect squirrel tails as proof, and by the end of the campaign, over 100,000 squirrels had been taken out in a single month. This has to be one of the most unusual home front efforts during World War I in the US by far. The Three Secrets of Fatima. So this refers to these alleged messages that was given to these three shepherd children that some believe was given by the Virgin Mary in Fatima, Portugal in 1917. The first secret was that these children were given this vision of hell that was believed to be like urging prayer and repentance. The second secret was a warning of World War II and the spread of communism if Russia wasn't consecrated to Mary. And the third secret showed this symbolic vision of the Pope and the Church suffering persecution linked to events in the 1900s. The Vatican actually kept this third secret a secret to the public for the next 83 years until the year 2000, because the popes had considered this to be a vision of a pope passing away, too sensitive and easily misinterpreted for the public to know. The USS Cyclops. So this was a ship that disappeared without a trace in March 1918 during World War I. The ship ship was carrying 306 crew and was passing through the Bermuda Triangle region. It was loaded with heavy magnesium ore, which possibly could have contributed to like structural stress. However, it disappeared without a trace. There was no distress call ever sent. The searches found nothing, no debris, no oil slicks, or even bodies, and the theories about its fate range from it being sunk by a British submarine to storms taking it down to even, you know, paranormal causes as this was like the Bermuda Triangle. This actually was the largest non-combatant loss of life in U.S. naval history, and
Oh my god. That is exactly what I came here for. If I die, I'm gonna kill myself. I bet you since I found this PCV just now, I'm just gonna get him out of computers all of a sudden. Fuck. Bro, there's no dead scav. AK with the suppressor on it. scavs around here to kill them. It's okay, it's just one motor. The ice cream's gonna melt.
It remains as one of the great maritime mysteries of the 20th century. German corpse factories. So in 1917, these stories started to appear about these German factories that would essentially take their dead soldiers' bodies and process them into materials like soap from the fat from their bodies. And this, of course, painted Germany to be inhumane and evil. This actually helped convince China to join the Allies, which probably was part of the reason why these stories were made. And it turns out these stories were just completely fabricated, and because they had created this disinformation propaganda during World War I, it actually caused disbelief later on during World War II whenever there was early reports of the evil things that Germany was doing during World War II. So that's pretty crazy. Google Earth iceberg. First up, we got donkey hit by Google car. So if you go to this road in Botswana, you will end up seeing this donkey just standing there. But then after the Google car passes, you can look back and see the donkey laying on the ground as if it got hit by the car. This got pretty popular online, and a lot of people were complaining to Google about it and accusing them of hitting the donkey. But then in 2013, Google released an official statement saying they didn't hit the donkey, and they showed pictures and explained how the donkey just laid down after the Google car passed to take a dust bath, which makes sense. Ice ship. This is likely referring to what looks like a frozen capsized ship about 100 miles off the coast of Antarctica that you can see if you still go back in time. It's roughly 400 feet long. It appears to have the roughly same shape as a yacht. It has chimneys in a line where I'd assume there would be windows. Although this ship doesn't appear to match any descriptions of known vessels lost in the area, it may be some sort of private ship that someone owned or a secret government vessel that they didn't want to disclose to the public. Even like the website Snopes, that's all about debunking conspiracy theories, doesn't have a clear explanation for what it was, but I could see people just dismissing it as a chunk of ice, but still, it looks like a 400-foot long ship. Creature on the balcony. So this is a really popular one. There is this town in France where this one block now is just completely blurred out on Google Street View, but if you go back in time and look at what it looked like, you will see a picture of this weird, creepy creature on the balcony standing near a bicycle that looks like a strange, evil alien thing. What's funny is this got so popular that it started a whole big argument online, and so Google tried to blur out like just the creature thing, which made it look way more ominous, and so it definitely grew the popularity. And yeah, Google did it to themselves. Flying rabbit. So there is this road in Poland where you see this rabbit hopping along the road, where then it suddenly looks like it's flying magically through the air. After people online investigated it deeper, they realized it was not Volpertinger, the magic flying rabbit, but rather it seemed that the Google car had collided with the rabbit and sent it flying. Help. There's this area in Los Angeles where there's a whole bunch of different signs that say the words help spelled out really big as if it's someone trying to get someone's attention that's stranded on an island. This sparked a lot of debate online on whether it was actually someone in trouble or if it was something else. If you go into Google Street View, most of the area where the signs are blocked by walls, but from one angle you can see one of the larger signs. The area isn't extremely nice, which kind of adds to the creepiness of it. I personally thought it was just someone calling for help because they lived in Los Angeles, but the local police investigated these help signs and found it was linked to a homeless man who was trying to complain about how the LAPD treated homeless people. Ghost girl. So this is a cemetery in Texas that shows a girl kind of eerily peeking from behind a tree. Now, although just the sight of a girl eerily peeking behind a tree is still still kind of menacing looking. People point out a floating, shadowy thing in the background that they say is the actual ghost. Now, a few people have claimed to have made this picture for Google Street View and say that it was just their daughter hiding behind a tree, but either way, they have removed the picture, and that has kind of fueled the eerie, spooky urban legend around this cemetery. Giant crab. So this is referring to this thing online where people were saying if you go to this town in the UK, you can allegedly see this gigantic crab that is roughly the size of 2 school buses just below a dock. But obviously, if you look into this, it's just a hoax that got famous online, but it was a good one. I wouldn't mind if there was a giant crab that was that big in the ocean. That's not true. I would care. That'd be horrible. Lincoln Way. So this is referring to a strangely abandoned road near Clairton, just southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is a little dead-end road called Lincoln Way. A couple years ago, they completely removed it off of Google Maps, but you used to be able to go there and do a street view on it. What we know is people lived there back in 2007. It seems most realistic that these people all left there because the area wasn't very nice and there was some crime, and people even had left this area in completely abandoned houses back in the 1970s. So it seems like something was going on. What's weird is this spot is popular for urban explorers, and a lot of people that explored these places have said that the homes look like the former residents just left their belongings, which would mean they left really quickly for some reason. There's different theories to why they did this. Some say there are several sinkholes in the area surrounding that neighborhood. Others say that maybe this nearby steel mill was doing something bad and putting off gases or something, but probably not, because the neighborhood just across the road is still there and people haven't left. But there is this really interesting urban legend called the Beast of Lincoln Way. It's about this monstrous creature that lived just off the road in the nearby woods. It was this hairy, dog-like beast that people would say tormented residents, eating their pets, scratching on their doors and their windows, and that it terrorized the people on this road so much that they all just left. But while some people do claim this happened to them or someone they know, it likely just came from a creepypasta story. Google Earth iceberg. Quick warning, some of these further down ones are kind of scary, so you might want to skip this one. First, we got Google streetcar falls apart. So this shows the Google streetcar driving along, where when it gets near this area in Newberry Spring, California, it hits this huge pothole, and it must have absolutely smoked this hole, as the hubcaps don't just fall off, they literally fly into the air and then continue rolling until they go to the other side of the road completely, where they then fall down. But it's really crazy that you can see the progression of the hubcaps popping off and then rolling, and I guess he just keeps driving. I think I probably would too. Phantom Island. So this is one of the few islands that have been undiscovered. So this island was first noted by Captain Cook back in 1774, and other explorers have mentioned it being there off the coast of Australia. It wasn't until 1974, when French map makers actually flew a plane over this area, that they discovered that it actually wasn't there at all. For some reason, this information didn't make it to the United States, and they continued to include this on their maps until 2012. For a long time, it was even recorded on Google Maps. Because the maps thought it was supposed to be there, so they just added this blacked out island shape as a void where it should be. An explanation for why they thought this was there is in this area there's a lot of volcanic activity, so maybe there was a giant floating pumice raft there from volcanic material. Scarecrow Village in Japan. So this place is called the Nagoro Scarecrow Village in Japan. On Google Earth, you can see this village of Nagoro that has these scattered scarecrow-looking things that are in these life-like positions. They appear to be doing different things like tending farms, fixing telephone poles, or waiting for the bus. Apparently, these were made by an artist who constructed hundreds of these scarecrows to inhabit her village after this once thriving town has now been abandoned, and there's less than 30 people or so living in the area. Each one of these scarecrows have their own name, personality, and life story according to the locals. And now that I think about it being a ghost town, it kind of makes it more creepy that people had lived there and now there's just a bunch of scarecrows. Scientology cult symbol. So if you go on Google Earth to this area called Mesa Herfanita in New Mexico, you can see this weird symbol that's etched into the mountains. These markings are located in the Trementina base that was built by the Church of Spiritual Technology, and this symbol has actually been trademarked by the church. Supposedly, this base has a vault that contains archived materials from the group's founder, L. Ron Hubbard, and I read this article about how this ex-Scientologist claimed that these guide the church leaders in the future to Hubbard's work after a nuclear Armageddon wipes out humanity, or that these symbols serve to point craft coming from space in the future on where to go. I'm not sure how much of that is true, but it's still interesting. An island in a lake, on an island, in a lake, on an island. So this is actually a place called Vulcan Point. This is an island that is located within a crater lake inside of the island that is called Taal Volcano. This is an active volcano inside of Taal Lake, which is on the island of Luzon in the Philippines. So it quite literally is an island in a lake, on an island, in a lake, on an island. Demon under the bridge. So on the Cayuga Waterfront Trail in Ithaca, New York, you used to be able to see this kind of creepy, demonic looking face that is sitting underneath this bridge. Google has since blurred out this face, and people had kind of speculated that someone put a creepy mask up in there, but others think that it was just part of the bridge that kind of happened to look like a face. New Baltimore Portal to Hell. So apparently there's an entire town in New Baltimore that is in the back rooms. So for a while, the entire internet was convinced that New Baltimore had fallen into a portal to hell due to these terrifying melty images that was captured by a Google vehicle. Likely the camera got screwed up or they corrupted the files somehow, but it is really pretty nightmarish and creepy looking. The glitch has since been removed from Google Earth and it's been remapped so it appears normal again, so maybe they just got outside of the upside down. R. Pref Oscar Acuna Street. So this is a street in Brazil where when you first enter R. Pref Oscar Acuna Street, everything appears relatively normal. The sun is shining, people are walking around, there's cars driving, and as you continue down the road, suddenly everything turns black and then you're plunged into darkness with what looks like some sort of terrifying figure that is staring at you and reaching out at you. I actually found this interesting thing online where this local in the area was claiming that there was this folklore for the area where this picture was taken in Florianopolis about how this island where it was taken has this legend about witches that live there, and how these witches threw a party on a beach, but they didn't invite this powerful entity in the area, and anyways, this entity cursed the witches and turned them into rocks, and that's why there's big stones there on the beach of this area. So some people think that this entity was trying to communicate with Google Maps, and yeah, witch lady entity thing. Anyways, today it is no longer on Google Maps, and it was probably just a glitch that is now fixed. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. There's a lot of things that are cool on Google Earth. I hope someday that maybe Google will come and film me. Anyways, I love you. Worst fossil reconstruction iceberg. First up, we got the two-legged stegosaurus. So back in the late 1800s, scientists used to believe that dinosaurs kind of walked around like kangaroos and also dragged their tails like kangaroos. This reconstruction is by O.C. Marsh. It shows the stegosaurus dragging its tail like a kangaroo and walking around on two legs, but it takes it even a step further, as this guy believed that stegosauruses had a brain in their tail, because when he had looked at a Stegosaurus fossil previously, he saw that it had a very small brain cavity, meaning its brain was tiny. This actually caused a pop culture myth about how Stegosauruses have two brains, and personally I learned this as a kid and I believed it until kind of recently, so that's nice that I learned that it was not real. Oldest pterodactyl reconstruction. So the first pterosaur / pterodactyl reconstruction was by Johann Hermann, a scientist who, before even seeing the specimen in person, did his own reconstruction. He thought that this thing was a mammal, and he made this reconstruction that showed that its wing membrane kind of made this big round arc and attached to the pterodactyl's ankles. Later on, other scientists scientists speculated that pterodactyls' wings were actually flippers and that they swam in the open ocean kind of like sea turtles and hunted fish. So they've had it kind of rough throughout the years of reconstructions. The first woolly mammoth. So in the early 1800s, we had very few remains of woolly mammoths, just a few scattered bones, and scientists weren't for sure if this thing was actually like an elephant. An early paleontologist attempted to reconstruct the woolly mammoth based on the skeletal remains alone, not having the soft tissue that would have showed its trunk, and ended up with this. It's essentially a warthog that has tusks in its nose cavity. Now, while this is bad, at least they didn't make them like, you know, cyclopses, like the ancient Greek who thought that the dwarf elephants were cyclopses because, you know, they have a giant nose hole and they thought that's where the eye went. Spinosaurus elephant seal. Spinosaurus is great. I love it. It's a great, everything about the Spinosaurus is wonderful. Jurassic Park 3 Spinosaurus. But this specific design was based on two versions that this one guy online mixed together. He combined this speculated design that actually the Spinosaurus didn't have any legs really, as they only found a toe fossil before, and this other speculation that maybe it had a trunk kind of like an elephant seal that it would use to grab fish and breathe while diving underneath the water. Anyways, this is kind of just a joke, but you know, with these dinosaur fossil reconstructions, there is a lot of speculation involved anyway. So yeah, elephant seal, Spinosaurus. Diplodocus from 1916. So this picture itself is actually really interesting. It was created by a German painter named Heinrich Harder in 1916, who created this image for a chocolate company that was creating these collecting cards of prehistoric creatures. Now, the reason why he depicted it like this is because at this time, scientists kind of thought that maybe dinosaurs, being reptiles like a crocodile or a lizard, also had a similar sprawling gait to those animals, and they assumed that dinosaurs, being reptiles, moved in a similar way. But it just looks like horrible knee pain to me. Retro Therizinosaurus. So the Therizinosaurus was one of the most strange dinosaurs ever discovered, having the longest known claws of any land animal, reaching 3.3 feet long and being taller than a giraffe. So when Russian paleontologists examined this fossil in the 1950s, they thought that these claws belonged to a massive turtle that used them to harvest seaweed. And they named this thing the Turtle Beast, which seems pretty appropriate. Here's a picture of it next to a human. Anyways, in the 1990s, they discovered that it was more of like a bipedal, you know, normal-ish looking dinosaur thing that had long claws. And yeah, it's honestly kind of more nightmare fuel than a giant sea turtle. First dinosaur reconstruction ever. So in the mid-1800s, they began to find these really strange, massive bones around Europe. Because of this geologist named William Buckland was given the job to do the first dinosaur reconstruction ever. Imagine how hard it would have been to go off nothing and reconstruct basically a new animal. Anyways, in 1824, they named this thing the Megalosaur, which meant giant lizard. They thought this thing was an amphibian, being able to swim in the sea and live on land, and that it walked around on 4 legs. Today, we know that the Megalosaur looks more like this, but it's really cool because this was the first dinosaur reconstruction. There's a bunch of monuments that still exist of the Megalosaur today, where it looks like this huge 4-legged, kind of dog-looking reptile, and you can still see it today in the Crystal Palace area in London, in this park that still has the first sculptures of any dinosaur ever that was created in 1865. The Magdeburg unicorn. So this has to be the worst fossil reconstruction of all time. This very famous skeleton is called the Magdeburg unicorn. It was found in this place in Germany called the Unicorn Cave. This place was said to be used as unicorn trade, where people would trade these rare bones to make medicine back in the Middle Ages. Anyways, in 1663, they found this partial skeleton of a woolly rhinoceros near the town of Magdeburg in Germany. This is where prominent Prussian scientist and mayor of Magdeburg, Otto van Guericke, attempted to reconstruct this skeleton himself, but he lacked knowledge of paleontology. The mayor combined the bones of other animals such as the skull of a regular rhinoceros, mammoth bones for its legs, and a narwhal tusk, creating this two-legged abomination with a single horn sticking out of its head. Anyways, you really can't blame this guy too much based on, you know, the other dinosaur reconstructions we had back in the 1800s. But yeah, this one is pretty bad. I don't know where any of its vital organs would have been. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for being deranged and liking dinosaurs just like me. You're just like me for real. Things that shouldn't exist iceberg. First up, we got the Antikythera mechanism. So this was an ancient Greek device that looked like some sort of calculating gear that was so advanced it resembled a computer. We don't know for sure what this thing was used for, but our best guess is the front side was used to display the planets and the phase of our moon in relation to the constellations. And then the rear side was supposed to be used as a display for timing the solar and lunar eclipses. It is crazy to me to think about something like this being so advanced at a time that was like 1500 years ago. It seems that civilizations did not build anything this complex until like they actually created a genuine clock later on. Imagine if they had kept building on technology just like this. I heard a scientist once say that if they had gone on building things like this, then their society would have progressed to have gone even to the moon within the next 300 years. And it's crazy that something even close to this could have existed during the Roman Empire. Great Wall of China. So this is the largest man-made structure in the world that stretches 13,000 miles. This thing is so big that it literally took over 2,000 years to construct. What I find very strange is that in history we are taught that this thing was built solely to keep the Mongols from invading China. But if you look back in history, early portions of this wall were actually built before Mongol threats even existed. So why was it truly built? The Voynich manuscript. So this is an undeciphered book that is filled with this unknown language with a lot of really weird pictures in it. It was written in the 1400s, but the original purpose of this book and the author still remain unknown. Some people like to say this book was just nonsense and it was like basically the first meme, but others think this was maybe written in some sort of magical land that had a different language and different plants that we've never seen before and different creatures and stuff like that, and that it's actually like a non-fiction book. The Baghdad Battery. So this is a pretty controversial object. Some think this thing is like a 2,000-year-old battery. Basically what it is a clay jar with a copper cylinder inside and an iron rod that was found near Baghdad in 1936. Some speculate that this thing actually could generate real electricity and it operated like a primitive battery that used something like vinegar or grape juice as an electrolyte to then produce up to 2 volts of power. Today, the true purpose of this thing is still speculative, and the original artifact was actually lost during a museum raid. They're in Kuyu Underground City. So this is a massive ancient underground city that once housed 20,000 people. What's really crazy is this 300-year-old city was just accidentally discovered when this random guy was knocking down a wall in his basement in 1960. As to why so many people lived underground, this likely was a forced condition because the area where this bunker was like a crossroad of empires such as the Greeks, the Romans, the Byzantines, the Ottomans, and so the underground city provided protection. Easter Island heads. So these are massive stone statues that were carved by the natives on Easter Island around 1200-ish AD. There's over 900 statues, some weighing as much
Hey guys, this is a ref task guide for Created Distraction Part 1. For this task, ref wants us to plant 3 of the TP200 TNT bricks on the second floor of the Olive Restaurant on Ground Zero. So for this task, you will need 3 of the TNT bricks, which of course he does not provide to us, so you will have to get them on your own, and other than just buying them from the flea market, they are relatively rare in my experience to actually find. But since they do not have to be found in raid, when you do find them in your raids, make sure to place them in your secure container to ensure that you get them out of raid. And some of the places that you can find the TNT bricks are going to be in grenade boxes, duffel duffel bags, dead scavs, technical supply crates, ground and buried barrel caches, and the special brown jacket in Warehouse 3 on Customs. And they can also be found on the warehouse shelves in Goshen on Interchange, as well as in the RBST room on Reserve. Or 2 guaranteed ways that you can obtain the bricks are as a quest reward for completing the Skier Task exit here, where you will get 3 as a reward, and you can also get 2 for completing the Skier Task Chemical Part 2. So now that we've gone over how you can obtain the bricks, make sure to place them in your secure container when loading into Ground Zero, so that if you do end up dying, then you won't lose them. And I do have a map of Ground Zero on the screen right now. Where we do have to go is the 2nd floor of the Olive Restaurant, which is going to be right across from the Tarbank location, and now I will show you guys this in a raid. So my peepsies here on Ground Zero, the Terror Group building is going to be off in the distance here, and then the Tar Bank is just to my right, and then directly across the road is where the Olive Restaurant is, and this is where we will be going up to the 2nd floor of this building. So there is 3 different entrances into the Olive Restaurant building, being one from either side, and then also one in the front, but for this video I will just be going in through the front door, and then you do want to keep to your right until we do come to the spiral staircase in the back right corner, which will bring us up to the 2nd floor, and once you are up here, then you will quickly get a prompt to plant, but you do want to pick somewhere relatively safe with cover from the 2nd floor of the building directly across the street from us, because it will be a 20-second plant for each one of these bricks, where you will be a sitting duck. And once you do plant any of the bricks, then there will be a significant delay for you to get the prompt to plant the next one, unless you do the tab in and tab out of your PNC menu trick, which will make you get the prompt instantly. But if you are still not getting the prompt, then just try to do this towards the center of the upstairs near the piano, and then that should work. And just so you guys know, you do not have to survive an extract. As soon as the 3rd brick is planted, then you will have a task completion and be able to turn in the task to ref upon exiting the raid, whether you live or die. So hopefully you guys found this guide useful, and it does help you to complete this task. Thank you guys for choosing to watch my guide on this, and hopefully I'll see you guys in the next one.
Both of us are remote, well, especially me, because I'm clearly not home. Preacher's in his man cave and he doesn't want to come out. So for today's special topic, Flagrant decided to release their pod. Finally, the Akash files are being released, and here we go. We got their little...
Tonight on Flagrant, the truth will be revealed. Marriages will be shattered. Friendships destroyed. Nothing will be the same again. Our guest, once a beloved comedian, has spent the last couple weeks being destroyed, disrespected. Brother, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what's been on your mind,
Dude,
what's been on your heart.
I'm so glad you asked me, man. It's been really hard for me.
Hard for you? Oh my God! Oh my God!
Jocelyn Singh is in the building. She wants vengeance. Security is here. Security is stopping her. The police.
You kind of have an idea. All right, well, shout out. They put in some effort. They hired some midgets and put on a show. So good for them.
Poppin' pussy.
Yeah.
Let's just get some definition.
Okay.
We're gonna any terms that you might need to know the actual meaning of. Alex is here to break it down.
To be fair, I thought it was just like dancing, getting dressed up, and maybe that was my mistake. That was my bad. That was my bad.
That was your bad.
Allegedly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here.
Yeah.
Is it true that you said that there was a rotation of guys?
A roster.
Yeah.
What does a roster mean to you?
What does this mean?
You guys have to understand. Have you ever heard of the repressed Catholic schoolgirl? The repressed Indian girl that I didn't even watch Jersey Shore in high school because I felt it to be too inappropriate. So when I got to college, I'm like, oh my God, I can dress however I want. I can do whatever I want.
You can have a roster of frat boys.
What does a roster mean?
So it didn't actually translate to a roster. It just meant like 2 guys I was talking to and flirting with at the same time. That's it.
That's all.
Yeah.
And when you say hooking up, I think people
When
think you
I
meant
mean hooking
fucking.
up, I just meant making out. Again, like everything I say is so amplified and hyperbolic because it's so...
Well, yo, this defense is funny, bro. And you can tell this is all pre-planned because they all prepped the questions to address the main point. So this is not like a off-the-cuff interview. She knew all the questions. And her saying hooking up just meant... Well, what did she say? Just like making out? They're like, why do you have stories of dudes eating you out on your period?
Because when I was in college, I dated this guy. You know, he didn't want to fool around when I was on like the heaviest days of my period. Okay, totally understandable. I get that. And I was like, oh, great. Good news. My period ended. Like, we can like have fun tonight, blah, blah. And he was going down on me. Looking around down there, like more blood can sometimes come out even if your period is over. Like
Is that just making out? What is he making out with her pussy? That's a common occurrence. All I'm trying to say is she has enough stories about sucking D and all this stuff, and now she's on this pod saying I was just making out with people. It's like, well, bitch, why do you these like just unnecessary lies where we have videos of what you said before? So now I'm just looking at this like, okay, whatever.
Everything I say is so amplified and hyperbolic because it's so like incongruous to who I actually am as a person.
Right. So you're saying you're a big old prude.
Yeah, literally.
And so no real roster.
Yes.
Because what a roster is, what is a roster?
Everything I'm saying is amplified, and no, you're using terms that you don't know what they mean as you say. A roster is it's a lot of people. When I heard roster was like sports, that's the roster. That's the roster of that team. You know what I mean? Hooking up. It's just like, just kissing. No, it's not. And she's what, 31, 32, 32? You don't know what these words mean? Girl.
She had a roster of dudes. She was popping pussy. And she was hooking up, and they were eating her out on her period, and she was a virgin, and it was just kissing.
Do you consider yourself a good gold digger?
Yeah. Because I invested low and waited for it to go high.
You're a gold prospect. That's not a gold digger.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're like a what is that? You're like a hedge fund manager.
Yeah, you're like Akash with Bitcoin.
Exactly. And it's like
she bought much lower than I did.
I just like loved everything about it. So I was like, okay, like I don't want to just leave because we're going through a hard time, because I really believed in like his potential, like just like you did.
For sure.
You know,
it's funny to watch because if you don't tell these lies, none of it really matters. But it's like the feeling, the need to lie about it is what always makes all this like more like.
I wanted to tell the story of how me and Akash met 2015. Courtney says to Manu, like, oh, there's like this funny, like, Punjabi comic. He's on this podcast and he's really funny. Like, you should check it out. And my sister kind of became like a fan of his. It was like so in the nascent stage of his career. Like, he had just gotten Wildin' Out. I think just got Guy Code and stuff too.
Because I was on these MTV shows, and what I didn't count on is all of them being taken away at 1 year. Because maybe they just looked at me and they were like, he's old? I don't know. But I had like 7 MTV shows. I wasn't making crazy money. I was making like low 6 figures. But my girlfriend at the time, she moved into our place, and then all of a sudden, end of 2017, all the shows started suddenly getting canceled one by one.
Like, lady, you met him. It's because your sister told you that she thought he was really funny back in 2015, 2016. He was already on television doing Wildin' Out. He was already doing a bunch of MTV shows. Even him going like, yo, she was prospecting. It's like, you admitted you were making low 6 figures in 2015.
Running around like that, 1,000 kills, 1,200 kills. I don't know about. Top of the
Like, why are we pretending like you're not a top 1%? There's no doubt a regular person's gonna look at somebody making low six figures on television and go, wow, that's a catch. No, you didn't. And now you feed into this narrative that these guys have of you being a gold digger because you're also being deceptive about it. And because you're lying, it gives them more credence.
I invested low and waited for it to go high.
You're a gold prospect.
There's one thing that we have to talk about is the fact that they said something that actually defeats the purpose of the point that she's trying to make. She's trying to make, hey, I aim low. Like, I'm not a gold digger. I aim low. I aim low. I'm good. Like, I'm not a gold digger. I aim low when he was in this. And low, the threshold of low to that person is low six figures. Low six figures is 200,000 and under. Mid is 500,000. Over is high. Low six figure is not low. If your threshold to even date someone is low, is six figure, girl.
You know what I said in the other video? I said, just because there's a lot more women who dig for more gold doesn't mean that you're not a gold digger. Just because someone else's low is 1 million, like, lady, you're still talking about the top 10, top 1% of men that you dated that you really believe was going to make more. Just because you saw some potential in someone who's already wealthy doesn't make you not a gold digger. It's crazy to watch how income has changed.
When people saw me at my potential, I was not doing low six figures. I can tell you that much. I could at least tell you that. Yeah. When people looked at me and said, he got potential, yo, I didn't have nothing but $1 on my name.
That's crazy. That's so facts because her idea of potential is a lot of people's endpoint.
You know what I mean, though?
Tell us about the duck. Do you always duck his kisses when there are not people around?
No, not when there aren't people around, just when there are people around. And I never even knew.
That's worse.
I never. I didn't
Explain yourself.
I didn't know that I
Tell
did
us why.
that. I didn't know that I did that. So I really sat and thought about it. So I think it's a few things. I think it's like.
She said she didn't know she did that. And I went, wait a minute. Didn't you just do a video where you said you guys were working through that to figure out what's wrong with y'all?
And then I'll also respond to the people saying I don't like my husband because I turned away from a kiss. I've never liked PDA, physical touch. I find it really overstimulating. And so it's something I actually work through with my husband because that's his love language. And
So she's never liked PDA. She's never liked this kind of stuff. It's something she worked through, but she didn't know she did that. Okay. Whatever you want, bro.
With my husband because that's his love language. And I feel like for him, he tries to do physical touch to regulate his emotions, and I find it really dysregulating. So it's something we kind of work through in high stress situations because I get overstimulated when a lot of things are happening, and like my mother-in-law is there, my mom is there, and Akash will tend to kiss me when there's a lot of people around, and sometimes I'm overstimulated, so I'm just like, oh.
I didn't know that I was doing that. You didn't know that you were doing that. So you've been together for what, 10 years or such?
Yep.
So I didn't know I was always, so you've always been doing that? So you've been doing that for 10 years and nowhere in the relationship has that person spoke to you about it? It won't take 10 years. Something's going to come out. In your dating stages, something is going to come out. Yo, are you good? It's going to make me feel something. Is there something wrong with me? Like, you're always judging that. Either for people that communicate, it's gonna come out really quick. For people that don't communicate, it's gonna come out really quick, but in the version of passive aggressiveness. It's gonna come out.
Maybe it's like the repressed Indian girl thing where it's like I get a little bashful, I do get a little shy, despite what the internet thinks.
Most Indians do. I'm the exception.
Yeah, I think I also get.
I'll be honest with you, Akash.
I know. Sometimes
The stereotype about Indians is not that they get shy about kissing or sexual stuff. I'm just saying. There's many stereotypes about Indians. Some of them stick, some of them don't. That ain't one of them. Okay? But I digress. I think the stereotype about Indian men is that they're inappropriately aggressive. But.
Akash does it a lot. Like every 30 seconds. Like a little
For you.
Yeah, it like regulates him, but it kind of overstimulates me. And like the videos people have seen are like the proposal.
Yeah, I'm so overstimulated. Guys, look at this fucking ring. Look how many hair it's fucked. Yo, give me my dog. Yo, look at this fucking ring, guys. Nah, bro. I'm sorry.
Videos, they're like already overstimulating.
Okay, so here's the thing that I think is like I think the relatable thing is not wanting to make out with your partner in front of your entire family.
Yeah.
And
But
then
we
go back to
never
doing
saw
something.
our parents kissing ever. So it's like so foreign to us.
This is an interesting thing that a lot of the internet might not understand,
Yeah.
but it's like your family, your parents were not like romantically in love at all. So yeah,
These guys acting that's super. Yeah, we have a little epiphany. Oh yeah, yeah, something that the internet might not consider that. You guys grew up in an immigrant household. Like, it's interesting. It's like, oh yeah, I grew up in this household, and so it's all repressive. And then she's popping her pussy online and talking about like getting head and all this stuff. So like in some ways, it's like hyper traditional. Like the most like you could never talk. Like 90% of what she did, you would never have happened in a family that was remotely traditional and normal, right? That's like you don't talk about this stuff publicly and be so openly sexual. But then afterwards, when it's convenient, it's like, well, the repression.
See, I have a problem with this narrative where, oh yeah, my parents. You're not just raised by your parents, okay? You got other influences. Whenever you go to school, it's not, no, but my parents told me that not to do that and not to look at them and not to pray. You have friends. They tell you about their experiences, and then you have all of that. You have TV. You have internet. She's 31. You grew up with internet.
Didn't her Indian mom teach her how to pop her pussy?
No, that was not her Indian mom. That was probably the
Finally got my first fucking GPU. Oh, 2 flash. Oh. So. 35. I gotta grab my chicken nuggies from the air fryer in a second. Hopefully bro doesn't pull up on me all crazy. I got my nuggies. There's no way bro's still over here. So should be good. More flash drive. Cap Century. Oh my god. I better be able to actually take this off. Imagine just dueling it back here the whole time. Just waiting for someone to come up here with fire. somebody. I hear somebody. Yep. Here they come. waiting for me. Wonder if bro's gonna come over here or not. I can sit here all day. $13 left. Shit. If it's the same dude, we both got Emercom. I heard his ass move not too long ago. I'm pretty sure he's still over there. I also didn't hear him open the door. gonna say that there's no way you're still over here. 7 minutes left. I'm gonna wait till like 5. Alright, 5 minutes. So weird because I heard him, bro. Not once, but I heard it. timer goes down faster than like 1 second. I'm looking at the timer on the screen. Like the only way to get tasks like that shit done, you literally have to wait fucking 5 minutes into the raid, 5 minutes left into the raid. Ridiculous. Whether just waste the time, sitting there, or fucking keep going in and dying and wasting that time. I'd rather just fucking wait. Rather just fucking wait. No.
The girls at school, you know what I mean? If you pop your pussy, you didn't hear that from your mom. You heard that somewhere else. Got the wrong definition, but it's not your mom or your dad that told you that. They're not in a living relationship. It wasn't ring. It doesn't matter. You watched the Gossip Girl in a green room when you didn't ask permission. You got information from that episode. You got TV. You got. I'm sorry. No. 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 I don't buy this thing where my parents was so all the people that do not have two parents, single household, they never seen their parents kiss, so they don't have the reference. My dad was not at home, so I never kissed. I never seen a woman being kissed. I don't kiss my girl. No, they kiss. Sometimes they repeat the thing where if their mother was a teen mom, sometimes they're gonna repeat the cycle. They were not in the room while their mom was getting, you know what I'm getting.
Can we settle something for the internet?
Yeah.
No. Will you kiss Akash right now?
I don't even know if I want to see it.
Okay,
prove everybody wrong.
But it's gonna mess my life.
Bring that ass over here. Bring that ass over here.
But can I just say, there's so many
Tell us.
TikToks where I talk so positively about him, and
But
like,
why that doesn't go viral?
Yeah, that's
Positively talking about people.
well, yeah, but I was just saying, I like found so many TikToks where I was saying so many amazing, uplifting things, but they didn't grab onto that.
The internet will never reward positivity.
Yeah, that's true.
Lesson learned.
Let's say she's like, my husband's awesome. I don't think anybody on the internet's gonna care. Same way if a bus driver tells me I drive a bus. Because at the end of the day, you married him, I assume you like him. And if you said here about your husband on a like equal playing field, I don't really like my husband. I don't even think most people are gonna care either. But when you go, I'm gonna make you sign a prenup, but I would never sign a prenup if I made lots of money. Now you're going into a different territory. And I'm sure if you did something nice for your husband to that degree on the opposite end, I'm sure people would probably latch onto it. But just engaging in the normal realm of stuff, no one gives a fuck. I walked my husband's dog. I'm not a great one. Nobody's gonna give a fuck, bitch. That's nothing. But how many women talk about how the fact that they baked 100 cookies for my husband and his friends, and that shit goes viral all the time? So she's like, why want my pot? Because you don't really do anything that's crazy. Loving for him, and that's okay. No one's expecting you. But you take extra effort to shit on him in the worst way, so that's why it goes viral. And on top of that, he's talked about how amazing his relationship is and how much of a good girl you are. And the contrast between what the fuck he said and how you behave is what's making people go, wait, what? And on top of that, he's been judgmental of other people's dynamics when his is just as weird. So that's why it goes viral. It's not because your positivity isn't a thing. It's because who you present yourself on online is so incongruent with how he presents you and how a typical relationship would ever look.
Bruh, the orgy thing was fucking. A lot of people, myself included, like I saw that and I was like, why would she even joke around about that?
I think I learned so much of my humor from Akash, not to like justify it, but just to explain, like, oh, if I say these absurd things, it's so funny because it's not who I actually am.
And if she wasn't, that body count thing, I'd be like, what are we doing here?
Right.
Because I would have been insecure about it. But I can be, not that I'm so secure, but with that joke, I'm like so secure.
Oh, I absolutely would feel insecure.
And I think
Yeah.
stupidly, I was like, oh, it's an orgy, so it's all of us. It's not like
Yeah,
talking.
that is stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Akash says, the fact that she was a virgin when we met is what makes me comfortable with this. If she wasn't, I wouldn't be comfortable with it. Which, okay.
The thing is that I don't really care if she is or if she was.
There's this
It
tape.
matters to them. It matters because it's a thing for family and stuff like that and culture. I get that. You knowing it matters to everybody around you is weird. That you're saying all those things after that. You didn't think about that. Oh yeah, right. You didn't know that that's what it meant. Getting eaten out and stuff like that. All that is super weird. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about it and I'm just like, yo, it's outlandish what you're saying. Anyways, that being said, coconuts and Barbados. If I have to,
Can we just sit with that though? Like, okay, if I told a dude who's like, yo, it's really important, my wife is a virgin, I'm like, fantastic. All she's done is sucked 100 dicks. But is she still a virgin?
she's saying it's a bit. It's not true. She's 100% a virgin. And you enter this internet game and you don't think someone's gonna see that? I was hooking up with guys. You're a prude. You're not talking about I was kissing this guy and that guy and that guy and that. You're gonna keep it to yourself. Hey, there's levels to being prude, I guess. See them? You're not thinking. So it is important for you to not kiss in front of your parents. It's important. But even the word, and you're a prude, even the word, if you think dancing and you're a prude, you're not gonna use pop your pussy, my girl. There's something about it that's extremely off.
There's an undertone of irritation after like day 2 where you can tell she's like, all right, let's.
I mean,
but she's
You
very,
get 2 days.
Okay, can I just say I feel like you guys are a little bit like you guys exaggerate a lot and just
What?
No.
Yeah.
Never.
And for context,
We
literally
exaggerate.
yes. And like
Ridiculous.
literally
Oh, you think everything's wrestling? You think that's
Everything's a joke?
You think we're just
I'm gonna be honest with you. I find the pod so corny. It's just all the fake laughing and all the like. It's like we get it, bro. Just shut the fuck up.
that when Akash is sick, you hate taking care of him?
yeah. I mean, do I like it? No. I would do it. But why would anyone like taking care of a sick person?
That's a good point.
I guess this pod was supposed to make her look more reasonable or decent. I don't know. You think it's working? No.
It's like when Akash's birthday comes around.
Yeah.
I have to pretend that it's like so special, but
I
it's
don't
like
even ask for this.
the one day. Yeah, you do. The one day of the year that I have to like be totally selfless,
Oh yeah, that I
which
want.
is really hard for me.
Yeah, that I want.
Jocelyn, you're doing a horrible job right now. Go back in. Go back in.
Yeah. But like the whole bit thing, like do I truly believe it? No, not really. I don't. Let's say it really was a bit. Okay, so you decided to pretend to be able for a plus year and a half, so you can get your views and likes up, and then you got the consequences of like who embarrasses her husband for the sake of marketing. Either way, you're still a piece of shit in my eyes, because at the end of the day, either you did it to get some notoriety and you embarrassed your husband successfully, or it is real and you embarrassed your husband successfully. I could get online and talk about how piece of shit my wife is, and none of it's true, and I'm doing it to go viral. But if I do this long enough and I get that notoriety, it don't really matter because everyone's gonna look at her funny, and I can't be mad at them because I was actively committed to the bit of trying to. And there was no point in this that I said it was a joke. There was no point in this I said it wasn't true. I just kept going to get my views up, and then when it went mega viral, and then I got consequences, then I wanted to go. It's a bit. Why should anyone believe you? You committed for so long.
So you're presenting this version of yourself online that's not true.
But you're actually a trad wife.
I was committing to this bit because I thought that was the funny thing to do, but I'm not a comedian, obviously.
You're not fooling me.
So what I said earlier, he did this for views. That's her defense. She embarrassed her husband for views. Yeah, we gotta change the saying. When someone tells you who they are, believe them. No. When someone tells you who they are, it's a bit. That she's gonna admit that a lot of what she said is true. So it's on you, the audience, to decipher the half truths from the complete lies to the I didn't know what the words mean to the truth. Okay.
I guess that's what it is. I guess that's what you got to do. It's your responsibility.
We had a
Has
blast,
anybody
dude.
stopped telling the street?
No, people haven't brought it up, so maybe out of kindness. But I asked at shows, I said, is there anybody that does not? Because I would open by being like, so my wife's a whore, huh?
Yeah.
And we'd get a laugh. And then I would say, is there anybody who doesn't know about this?
Yeah.
Because the first time I did it, it was like weird, the vibe. And then after that, I was like, who doesn't know? And if so many people would clap, I'd be astonished.
Yeah, it is weird, you know. But yeah,
I mean, it's a very real thing. But
Yeah.
outside of the internet, I don't know how many people it caught their attention.
Yeah, if you are a person that is on the internet, this was big enough where you know about it. Yeah. But if you're not an internet person, it's not like it's covered on fucking CBS
Yeah,
News or
like
some
my
shit.
best friends still have no idea.
Right.
Yeah.
Nah, they know. They just be.
They try to be nice.
Well,
They know. There's no way they know you and they don't know. Because all their friends are probably like, you know Akash, right? You seen this shit? Someone's sending that to someone. The biggest thing that happened on Flagrant since Trump.
No. We both stayed offline because we knew this wasn't going to be good to watch.
Yeah.
So we were both offline. That was the one good thing.
Isn't
that's
it
come out.
Last thing I'll say, this is my final point, is I want y'all to always remember, because the number one defense of these kinds of places, like it's a comedy podcast, it's just jokes. No, that was PR. That was not that was not that was PR. They prepped questions for. They might have. So the comedy was the fucking cover. The goal of that podcast was 100% PR.
The comedy was.
Yes.
But it was the PR, it was the pizza. They were
damage control.
They were presented as a comedy stuff, and they were laughing and good jabs.
So here it is.
Tonight on
18K dislikes. Oh my god! I think this might be. Let me make sure I get my dislike in. This might be their most disliked podcast.
There is no way that she's using all these words that she doesn't know, like she doesn't have a dictionary or something. You know what I mean? She's using all these words that she doesn't know. And so, what her podcast is going to be about then? Content needs to happen. The bit, she's going to slip in the bit again. She's going to slip in the bit that's not a bit again, and then do that. It's going to happen. I give it 4 months. 4 months, because now the thing that happened is that your podcast that was not so known to the public eye now is under scrutiny. People are gonna watch that thing unfold. They're gonna watch.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people that watch you, they don't just watch you to like you. They watch you just exactly to hate you.
True.
So it's gonna happen again. She's gonna have a slip up. Something's gonna happen again. It's gonna blow in her face. Pause. Pun intended.
Bro, she's a virgin. That never happened.
She what?
She's a virgin. That never happened.
Well, not anymore. Not anymore, because you know she's married to a poodle, and they kiss.
All right.
You cannot look at this and tell me that you don't have baby fever.
Nope, no baby fever. In fact, when I look at your baby, I don't see a bundle of joy. I see a fast pass to existential dread.
All right, buckle up. So apparently people
much as 86 tons and standing at 33 feet tall. Most of these were buried like at their shoulders, so most people back in the day thought that these were just massive heads, and it was a long time before they realized that there was like actual full torsos beneath the ground as well. What's really crazy is this huge feat of carving all these massive stone heads was done on this extremely remote place. One of the most remote places in the world, actually. It was so remote that they had this writing system that we still have not deciphered today, and we have no idea what they wrote. But some believe that these people that lived on Easter Island basically destroyed their society and everyone on it just to build these giant stone heads, and they destroyed their environment, and then everybody just perished. Forbidden grilled cheese. So this is referring to an internet joke about how we should take like all the different parts of extremely old food artifacts and make the world's oldest grilled cheese. The list of ingredients that people put together is the world's oldest cheese that was found in an Egyptian Egyptian tomb that might be filled with deadly diseases, a 2,000-year-old lump of butter that was found in an Irish bog, the bog butter, and the world's oldest bread that was found in a prehistoric site in Jordan and is estimated to be 14,000 years old. They even have this ancient non-stick frying pan that's basically like a 2,000-year-old piece of pottery that's like non-stick to cook it on. We need to make this. Would you eat some? I'd have a slice. The London hammer. So this is a really old iron and wood hammer that was found encased in rock near the town of London, Texas in 1936. It appears to be encased in this rock that some people estimate to have formed like 100,000 if not millions of years ago. This sparked a bunch of theories that this thing only exists because of like time travelers or some sort of ancient advanced civilization that knew like how to make iron. However, some geologists like to argue that this rock has actually been recently concreted by mineral deposits within the last 400 years. There's a few other weird things about the hammer, such as like the iron hasn't rusted and that the wooden handle has partially begun to transform into coal, which is a process that normally takes thousands of years. But overall, it's kind of controversial on whether it's really legit or not, and it
What's up, you guys?
very
Today I'm
strange.
going to
Anyways, when I was doing
flashlight
research for
flip.
this topic, I read this thing about
We're at
how
loyalty
the
level
best
1, other
archaeological
than
finds
the
are
Death
just
Shadow.
found
Level
from
2 armor
ordinary
class,
people
full
from
face
the past,
protection,
because
so
it
we
lets
don't
you
really
know
have to
what
worry
the
too much
normal
about
person's life
scavs
was
with it.
actually like. This makes me
Unlocked
think
pretty
of
early
like
on
what
through the
things
story
do I
tasks.
have
You
that
can
would
make
like
4
tell
things
people
like
so much
they
about
added
me if one
this
day in the future there's no
ref-
record of our
for 50
existence or there's
extremely
no
well in the
record of
flea
how
market.
we
You
built
unlock
our
this Swamp
technology,
Fox
and it's
reflex
just
sight at
crazy
level
to me to
47
think that there was
in the
something
battle
like the
pass. Most of the ammunition and
anti-Typheria
everything else is
mechanism that existed
2,000
in a time that
ammunition
didn't
case,
even
so I
have a
usually grab
working
one
clock
ammunition
that may
case
have told
early
like
on, and then
the
I grab
moon phases. Imagine if we genuinely did go to space around like 300 AD. The world would be so much different. Tell me in the comments, do you think that we could like
one
have
medicine
our
case.
technology
I'm pretty sure they
erased
did it
and
on
then people would
purpose,
just
but
like not
any of
know
the
how
new
to
items
build it
in
in
the
the
battle
future
pass
somehow?
or
It's
in
just
the tactical
crazy
map
to
in
think
arena
about.
usually costs a lot less GP
Lost
from
Media Iceberg.
previous
First up, we got the
battle passes or
original
things that you
Shrek.
could purchase
So
from Ref.
originally,
So for
Shrek was going to
example,
be
the
voiced by
OTV
Chris
body
Farley.
armor
He
that was
actually
really good
recorded
before and
around
really cheap.
85% of the lines before he died in 1997. Test footage of Farley's voice acting and the design for Shrek surfaced in 2015, and it revealed this Shrek that was like really kind of grotesque looking, but he was much more emotional and sad than the Shrek that we got with Michael Myers. Although I personally really like Chris Farley, I think he was a funny guy, I think Mike Myers was the guy for the job for the movie Shrek. Kek Croc. So this was a rumored unlicensed Sega Genesis game from 1993 that featured this really strange looking crocodile with a yellow hat. So it said that it did so bad that they didn't hardly sell any copies, and the only ones that were really sold were at discount stores. The game is extensively documented basically only on 4chan and other websites like archive.org, with questionable ROM versions being available to be downloaded and played. But this game was rumored to have 5 levels where you play as this strange Kek Croc traveling through these levels with a plunger, dodging enemies. And considering nobody has a physical copy of this game and the only people that remember it are a bunch of anonymous users online, I would say it's highly possible that this is made up. But let me know if you played it. The original Sonic movie. So in 2019, the Sonic movie released its first trailer. It featured Sonic looking as this more realistic version that's kind of unsettling, and people did not like it. The fans were so upset that they put a ton of pressure on the studio, and the studio actually listened and completely recreated the character for the entire movie. What's funny is there is still a version out there somewhere where there's the terrible looking version of Sonic for the whole movie, and it's somewhere out there and the public has not seen it. Squidward's Red Mist episode. So Red Mist was this rumored episode of SpongeBob that featured a very dark storyline for Squidward. To summarize, this guy with bagpipes shows up at Squidward's door and warns him that there is something called the Red Mist coming. Later on, Squidward goes and performs his clarinet in front of an audience, and it's an absolute failure. So he goes home and he sad, and then suddenly Bikini Bottom is enveloped in this red light that seems to be like a curse, and this drives Squidward insane, and that's pretty much the entire episode. Turns out this entire thing was just kind of a creepypasta that was created as a fan film. Dexter's Lab banned episode. So this episode was banned even before it was released because of how much cussing the characters did in it. So fans had speculated this episode existed up until 2013 when Adult Swim posted a tweet that they were going to release this episode that was from the 90s. I watched this episode. It features a plot where Dexter and Dee Dee remove the rudeness from themselves and essentially make these evil clones that just cuss the entire episode, and they're like rude to their parents, their mother. But despite the cussing being censored out, they didn't want to release it because they felt like it was kind of in bad taste for a children's show. And yeah, so now you can go watch it now. Graggle Simpson, also known as Weird Matt or Gumpy, great name. This is kind of a Mandela effect in a way, where some people say that the original 6 characters in the Simpsons family had this character called Weird Matt or Graggle or Gumpy. It's rumored that this character was forced into the show by the Simpsons creator Matt Groening as a way to represent himself and say jokes that he wanted to say in the situations they were in. Graggle is said to either be Homer's adopted Chinese son, or other times it's said he's Bart's best friend replacing Milhouse, or even be like a father figure to the kids whenever Homer isn't a father figure. And it's said to even be in one of the greatest video games of all time, The Simpsons Hit and Run. So many claim that this character was actually in the show and was part of it for a long time, but then it got a ton of hate, and then Disney bought it and they were like, we don't like this character, we'll delete him and wipe him, and he's not there, he never existed. And so yeah, Graggle. Super Mario 64 2. So, you know, Super Mario 64 was a Mario game on the N64 that was released in 1966. It was extremely popular. I'm sure you know of the game. Anyways, during the hype of this game, there was a rumor that there was going to be a sequel of it. Sometimes this was called like Super Mario 2, or it was sometimes called Bowser's Revenge. Some sources said this game was going to have multiplayer split screen, which would have been super awesome, and you would be able to play as Luigi. And it was speculated that this game was going to be on the new disk drive version of the Nintendo 64 that was releasing in 1999. But that Nintendo 64 disk drive was actually like a failed console. And so anyways, there was these big rumors about this game coming out, but later on they found a version of Super Mario 64 that was playable on the disk drive version of the N64, but they found out it was just a normal version of the game that was created to show off the capabilities of this new console. So we didn't get Super Mario 64 2, which is really sad. We should have that. MTV Invincible. So Invincible, if you don't know, is a comic book and now a very popular show on Amazon Prime about this animated superhero who has powers, obviously. But did you know back in 2008, MTV actually made a 6-episode motion comic-based series of Invincible? And it wasn't like the Invincible show we have today on Amazon Prime. Instead of being animated, it was rather just pictures that kind of moved along with voice lines of characters, you know, saying things. But after 6 episodes, they decided not to continue making it, and since then, all streaming platforms have taken down all the versions of the show. Not the new one on Amazon Prime, but the old one that was like the picture version of the show. I actually watched the first few episodes of this. I kind of skimmed through them, and they really weren't that bad. I thought they were pretty good. But personally, I like the lore of Invincible, so of course I like the show. But anyways, that is all for the Lost Media Iceberg. It's really cool finding media from back in the day that you would think would be popular, but then they just kind of hide it away, or it doesn't get popular enough to be continued. I really think Nintendo should make a Super Mario 64 2. It would do so well. Everybody loves Super Mario 64, and it's really a huge missed opportunity to not do that. Earthquake Iceberg. First on this list, we have skyquakes. So skyquakes are this mysterious booming sound, or sometimes a trumpet sound that seems like it's coming from the sky. People describe them as sounding like a sonic boom or distant thunder, or in some videos they sound like trumpets that are way up in the sky. And while some people think they are planes flying faster than the speed of sound, it seems unlikely. Apparently they have been reported for centuries, so it doesn't seem like that could be a good explanation. And today we still have no idea what they are. largest earthquake ever. So the 1960 Valdivia earthquake, also known as the Great Chilean Earthquake, was the most powerful earthquake ever recorded. It was a magnitude 9.5 on the Richter scale, and it triggered a series of tsunamis that were so bad that they caused fatalities as far away as Hawaii and Japan. What's interesting is it actually triggered the eruption of a volcano, Mount Puyehue, and if you look at the pictures of the towns, it's insane how bad the buildings are and the roads. This thing was so devastating. Namazu is one of Japan's most iconic mythical creatures. It is this giant catfish that lives underground. The legend goes that this thing swims through the seas and rivers beneath the ground, and whenever it thrashes around, the earth trembles. What's cool is that the lore of this catfish might actually be rooted in real things. Some studies suggest that catfish act really erratically before an earthquake, maybe because they can sense the subtle changes in Earth's magnetic fields or something like that. And so maybe people saw catfish doing this and they realized an earthquake was going to happen, or thought that catfish was being influenced by a giant one beneath the ground. Earthquake lights. So this is a strange phenomenon where people either see this faint rainbow in the sky or giant flashes of lights way up in the atmosphere. There's a few scientific theories on what this is. The main one is that it's caused from sudden friction caused by the movement of Earth's crust, and it creates this kind of static discharge similar to like whenever you rub your socks on a carpet, but on a much larger scale. But this is still an unproven theory. HAARP causes earthquakes. So this is a conspiracy theory that different organizations can cause large-scale weather manipulation. Specifically, some people believe that the HAARP base in Alaska, which essentially does these strange tests on the upper part of Earth's atmosphere, can cause earthquakes and other natural disasters. What's really strange is the former president of Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, back in the day said that the US was responsible for the 2010 Haitian earthquakes, which I have no idea how we would cause an earthquake all the way down there, but I guess you never know. Scuba diving earthquake in Indonesia. So this was actually a 7.2 magnitude earthquake that was seen underwater in 2023. This group of scuba divers got this footage. It is so cool. They got a really good video while they were scuba diving of the entire seafloor shifting, and the video is very scary. There's like a deep rumbling sound when it happens, and what looks like wave currents tossing them around underwater is actually the earth literally moving. What's scary to me is that the visibility instantly gets really bad, which can make a dive really dangerous. But man, I feel like that's like the rarest thing in the world to ever see. Fukushima Mothman. So in 2011, there was this terrible underwater earthquake that was rated as a 9.1 in magnitude. This earthquake caused a tsunami to hit Fukushima, and this caused massive destruction and then a nuclear meltdown, which actually was the worst nuclear accident since Chernobyl. However, in the midst of all this, there was Mothman. So there's this rumor about Mothman being there, and the legend goes that there was this local guy there named Marcus Pules who claimed to have seen this large moth-like creature near the Fukushima power plant. So in February of 2011, this guy claimed he heard whooshing noises and a tremendous scream one night, where he at first had just seen the shadow, but then this creature spread its wings and flew 30 feet into the air, and it was all black and had red eyes, and he claimed this thing circled the power plant 5 times, as if it was warning that this nuclear power plant was going to melt down. Anyways, if you know the legend of Mothman, you know it's about this moth creature that usually shows up right before disaster happens, so it kind of tracks with how Mothman has been viewed in the past. Deadliest day in human history. So the Shanxi earthquake was back in 1556. It was a huge earthquake that happened right dead in the center of China. It was measured at roughly 8 on the Richter scale, and this was not only the deadliest earthquake ever, but actually the deadliest single day in human history. It was estimated to have taken the lives of 830,000 people. How could something do this in just one day? The main reasons for this are that it affected a huge area of 520 miles. And at the same time, tens of thousands of people lived in these carved houses into the sides of cliffs. They were essentially like man-made caves. And when this earthquake happened, these structures collapsed on them instantly. It also caused secondary effects such as large landslides, massive cracks in the ground, and soil liquefaction. And there was huge fires that burned for weeks. But it was crazy, the devastation from this earthquake. Entire landscapes were changed permanently. For example, mountains were just completely gone from certain areas, and some towns had every single building there collapse. And after this was all done, there was huge famine and disease, and because there was so many people there and it was back in the day, there was hardly any disaster relief. Anyways, those were some horrible things that happened. I'm glad we got that out of the way. I'm sure it won't happen again, but thank you guys for watching. Earthquakes are cool, but they are scary. Cursed Artifacts Iceberg. First, we get the Hope Diamond. This item is now owned by the Natural History Museum of Washington, D.C., but all its past owners have all seemed to pass away in a terrible way or have just had odd deaths in their families. Here are a few examples. There was this 17th century French merchant named Jean-Baptiste Tavernier who allegedly stole this diamond from a Hindu statue. Upon discovering it was missing, a priest put a curse on whoever had taken that diamond. It was said that Tavernier, soon after stealing this, came down with a raging fever and passed away. After this, it was said to be in possession of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, who after inheriting this diamond got guillotined. Then later on in 1791, a man named Wilhelm Falls recut this diamond, where his son later on stole it and then ended his father's life and took his own life. And the last one was in the 1900s. This man named Simon Mayon Charades owned this diamond and then passed away as a result of driving his car off of a cliff. Otzi the Iceman. So this was a 5,300-year-old mummy that was a hunter discovered in the Alps between Austria and Italy. It was determined that the Iceman's cause of death was an arrow that pierced him and then his skull being crushed. Over the next 13 years after it was discovered, the people connected to the discovery died prematurely from things like car crashes, avalanches, a fatal fall off a 300-foot cliff, and this other man from the expedition named Conrad Spindler died from a disease that he had had from a long time. Right after he made this statement where he said, "This curse is a load of rubbish. It's all media hype. The next thing you'll be announcing is that I will be next." Apparently, he was right. James Dean's car. This one is so crazy. You know the actor James Dean. He had recently purchased this Porsche 550 Spider, where shortly after, in 1955, he slammed it into another car going 85 miles an hour and passed away. What's really crazy is Obi-Wan Kenobi, the guy who played him, Alec Guinness, basically had told James Dean right before this that it was cursed, saying, "If you get into this car, you'll be dead in a week." Anyways, after James Dean's accident, the car was declared totaled and then sold for parts to two racers. These racers put the parts in the race cars, where they both crashed in the same race roughly 11 months after Dean's death. The remnants from their race cars were then sold to another person, which later caused an accident where both tires blew out simultaneously. Parts from that vehicle were then given to the National Safety Council, which was a traveling exhibit, where the body of the car that they were put on fell from the display multiple times, once injured a bystander, and another time killed a truck driver. That car later on caught on fire in a storage unit for an unknown reason and then mysteriously disappeared during transport. Only one confirmed remaining part from this vehicle still exists today. It's the transaxle, and it was found in a wooden crate in rural Massachusetts. So crazy. Next up, we get the Swansea Devil, also known as Old Nick. This was a folklore story that dates back to 1890s Britain, where there was this church, St. Mary's, that was being renovated, and this one man was upset because he wasn't chosen to do the renovation. So basically, this guy who was upset built this building next to the church and placed this carving of something he called Old Nick on top of it, watching over the church. This carving basically looked like the devil, and it was said that this man also cursed this church and said, "When your church is destroyed and burnt to the ground, my devil will remain laughing." Anyways, years later during World War II, a German blitz left most of Swansea, including St. Mary's Church, destroyed and burnt to the ground. But the building that Old Nick was on top of was undamaged and remained standing until 1962. And now you can still see this carving in a museum in Wales. Crying boy painting. So this was a situation back during 1985 where different homes started to be burned all the way to the ground, including everything inside, except for this printed painting of this boy crying. Because of this, a newspaper started to pick up this story and post about it. Firemen had stated they had witnessed multiple fires where everything was ruined except for this similar crying boy painting. What's weird is the response to this article was overwhelming. Within a day, there was hundreds of readers reaching out to this newspaper claiming the same thing had happened to them. This kind of created this mass hysteria over the whole thing, and so the newspaper company told the readers to send them their crying boy paintings, claiming they would destroy them once and for all. It's said that on Halloween, this newspaper company burned more than 2,500 copies of this weird painting. And anyways, in 2010, the prints were tested, and they concluded that these things were covered in a varnish that was fire retardant. So, Busby's stoop chair. So this is another legend about this guy named Thomas Busby, who got mad at his father-in-law because he was sitting in his favorite chair, so he hit him with a hammer, and he passed away. Allegedly, before this guy was executed for, killing his father-in-law, he said, "May sudden death come to anyone who dare sits in my chair." According to the legend, Busby's chair has since been responsible for around 60 deaths. It was said that during World War II, the inn was very popular, and airmen would dare each other to sit in this chair, and it was said that those who sat in this chair never returned from their missions. There was this other incident in 1968 where two airmen dared each other to sit in the chair, and while returning to the airfield, their car left the road and crashed into a tree where they both perished. It was also said a cleaning lady accidentally sat down in the chair when she was trying to clean. She just kind of fell, where she got diagnosed with a brain tumor. And there's other countless stories like that. Anyways, in 1978, the inn owner decided that this chair, although it was profitable for tourists and stuff, was just too dangerous to keep, so he donated it to a museum. And it's still in the Thirsk Museum today, but you can't sit in it because it is hung from the ceiling, because they don't want you to get a tumor. The Bassano vase. So this was another kind of folklore story about this vase that appeared around the 15th century that was given to an Italian bride as a wedding gift. Later that night, she was found in her room, not alive, clutching this vase, and after her funeral, the Bassano vase was given to one of her family members, where within days, they also passed away. The family reached out to a priest for guidance, who told them to just bury this vase underground, and that's what they did. They buried this vase and put a note in it that said, "Beware, this vase brings death." And it's said that in 1988, a guy happened upon this vase and dug it up and was like, "This is fine, right?" Even though he read the note that said, "You're gonna die." And 3 months later, he passed away. Anyways, nobody wanted this vase because of the reputation it had, and eventually it ended up being buried in a lead box in an undisclosed cemetery. Codex Gigas, also known as the Devil's Bible, this is a real book that is very famous. The legend behind this book is that it was created by this one monk named Herman the Recluse. The story is that he was sentenced to death by being walled up alive for breaking his monastic vows. As a last grasp for survival, he made this deal where he would create a book filled with the world's knowledge in return for his life. His proposal was accepted, but only if he could create this book in just one night. The story goes the only way the monk could see himself completing this task was with the help of the devil. So it said he sold his soul to the devil and wrote the entire thing in one night and gained his freedom. What's crazy is this book is very old. It's the world's largest preserved manuscript from the Middle Ages. It's 165 pounds because it's ridiculously massive, and there's one page in the book where the entire page is a picture of the devil, and it also has 12 missing pages that some think contained a prayer to the devil, and some people kind of think this thing is very cursed, as people who have been around this book report hearing voices. And there's this other story about a man who got locked in a room with this book overnight, where he was found the morning after confused and hiding under a table, and he had gone completely insane and never regained his sanity. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't read that book and don't sit in the bad chair. Sci-Fi Iceberg. First up, we got Star Wars. If I need to explain this one, shame on you. One interesting thing about Star Wars, I feel like most people don't realize, is that it's supposed to be kind of like a space western, as it has gunslingers, outlaws, and bounty hunters. I really like the idea of mankind expanding into outer space and starting to colonize the universe, and kind of living in this old western frontier-like lifestyle that kind of could become this permanent thing due to the infinite amount of space in the universe. Dune. So this story is surprisingly mainly about politics. This world is set 20,000 years into the future, where there was this war with AI, and now all thinking machines are outlawed. And because of this, they can't use computers to navigate space. So they take this substance called spice, which is only found on the planet Dune, and that's what this whole thing is all about. This political struggle over this very important substance that allows them to go through the universe. I'm kind of explaining it bad. It's a lot more interesting than that. There's giant worms. 2001: A Space Odyssey. So to explain this movie briefly, this is about this monolith that lands on Earth and makes apes smart. Later on, people find another monolith on the moon. This one is now emitting a signal that tells them to go near Jupiter. On their way to Jupiter, the computer in their ship kills everyone on board except one person, and when that guy gets to Jupiter and finds the monolith near there, he gets pulled into this gateway to another world, where he is then kept in an alien zoo and then transformed into this weird star child thing and returned to Earth as like the next evolution of man. And it's very strange and cool, and it was not made in 2001 but way earlier, obviously. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So this is a comedic sci-fi story about this ordinary guy from England who survives the destruction of Earth and then tries to use this travel guide to survive exploring the universe, the galaxy. It's very unserious, and it deals with a lot of philosophical themes, and yeah, 42. Starship Troopers. So the book and the movie of this are very different. The movie really makes fun of war propaganda. I'm sure you guys know it from the I'm doing my part meme. Basically, Earth is like, there's giant bugs out there, and they sent an asteroid to destroy our planet, so we gotta eliminate their entire species. And that's basically what they do. They wage war on these bug things from another planet, and yeah, I personally think that the asteroid hitting Earth was like a false flag operation to allow Earth to wage war on these things. Helldivers 2 is basically supposed to be exactly what this movie is, and wow, Helldivers 2, so awesome. It's basically the same in every way, where there's this Earth waging war on alien civilizations that seem to have not even provoked them at all, but they're going to war with them, probably to get their resources. Project Hail Mary. So this is a book that is soon going to be a movie that, not to spoil anything, is basically about the sun getting sucked away and the Earth getting cooler rapidly. And this rapid cooling of the Earth is going to lead to extinction because the sun is just mysteriously disappearing. So then this average guy finds himself in this spaceship and doesn't remember anything, and it's this epic space adventure. The movie that's coming out is going to have Ryan Gosling in it, so that's so awesome. I'm not going to explain any more because I will spoil it if I say anything else. But the book is very much worth reading, and I really hope the movie's good. I bet it will be. A Trip to the Moon, 1902. So this is actually the first sci-fi movie ever. It was a silent short film filmed all the way back in 1902. I watched this when I was younger, and I found it very eerie. Maybe it's just because I was young and they used a lot of really weird effects in it because, you know, no CGI, no animation. Or maybe it's because I never watched a silent film and it made the whole thing feel eerie. But I recommend you watch it. It's really weird. It's about these people basically taking a trip to the moon by getting shot out of this giant cannon. And then there's the famous scene of like the moon with the face, and then it's got the ship projectile stuck in its eye. And anyways, when people get there to the moon, they realize there is this alien civilization there, and there's a bunch of shenanigans. It's really over the top. The aliens are really weird, but it's kind of cool too. It's just crazy they came up with this idea of going to the moon back in 1902, and they showed it as like a capsule that kind of looks like modern rocket capsules after they break off. Red Rising. So Red Rising is a book series that I have recently been very obsessed with. I gotta say personally, it is a vibe. I highly recommend reading this entire book series. Not to say any spoilers, I'm gonna just briefly describe the universe and not really the storyline. This is a world where humanity has spread across two familiar planets I'm sure you know. They're inhabiting places like Mars, the moon, Mercury, Jupiter's moons, and these planets are now terraformed and very different, and society has been divided up into this caste system based on how they have been genetically modified. At the top of society, there are these people called Golds that rule everyone, and they are absolute warmongers. They are exactly what I would imagine people in the Roman Empire who want to wage war on other countries would be like. The Golds also have this school called the Institute, which is very similar to Hogwarts, but with more depth. I guess it's more kind of like Hunger Games, and very few people make it out of the Institute, but they become like higher class citizens when they do. But, you know, the themes are really cool. There's a lot of historical references, mythology. It's very poetic at times. To describe it briefly, imagine the Roman Empire that has spaceships and nuclear bombs and like lightsabers and a lot more slaves. But I think this will be a modern classic. I highly recommend reading it. Pierce Brown, if you guys do a live adaptation, please let me be a background character that dies instantly. Anyways, that's all I got for this iceberg. Please forgive me for not putting Interstellar on there. It is one of my personal favorite movies, if not the top 3 movies. I don't know why I didn't put it on this iceberg. I couldn't really get it to fit anywhere without putting these other really prominent ones. I didn't have much to say about it. Interstellar is just such an all-around good movie, and although it is confusing, I feel like most people know what's going on in it, so that's why I did some of these kind of lesser known movies that aren't really lesser known. Bizarre facts about animals iceberg. First up, we got woodpecker tongue helmet. So this is referring to the fact that woodpeckers will wrap their tongues around their brains to cushion them from getting a concussion when they peck against wood. What's interesting is the G-forces generating from a woodpecker slamming their head against a piece of wood would instantly kill a human. So I guess they're just kind of built different. Fart bigger than car. So this is not referring to Ethan. This is about how whales can fart a bubble so big that a Volkswagen car would fit inside of it. Not inside of the whale, inside of the bubble of fart. Great whites never mate. So this is a really interesting one. There is zero record of any human seeing a great white mating. It's strange considering how often humans see great white sharks, and we actually haven't seen them giving birth until 2023. So it's crazy that one of the most popular animals in the world still has so much mystery around it. Koala criminal. This is about how koalas have fingerprints that are nearly identical to humans, and apparently in Australia they were having a problem with several break-ins that looked to be from the same exact person because they were basing it off of fingerprint evidence. But it turned out to be a single koala being responsible for all of these. Real raptor sound. So this is referring to the noise that the raptors make in the Jurassic Park movies. The noise that they sampled to make the raptor noise is actually turtles mating. So the more you know. Caterpillars turn into goo. So this is really crazy. Caterpillars, whenever they, metamorphosize to turn into a butterfly, don't just grow wings and change, but rather they dissolve almost completely into this goo-like substance where they then rearrange and reform into a butterfly. Also, if a caterpillar loses like a limb or something, it does not affect the way a butterfly would turn out after it metamorphosizes. Ants weigh as much as humans. So this is about how if you weigh all the ants on the planet and all the humans on the planet, they will equal roughly the same amount of weight, because I guess there's a lot more ants than humans in the world. CIA spy cat. So in the 1960s, the CIA did this operation where they spent nearly 5 years and $10 million to make a covert spy cat with implanted microphones to eavesdrop on the Soviets. So they didn't just put a microphone on it, but rather they kind of created a cyborg as they surgically implanted a microphone into its ear, and they put a radio transmitter at the base of its skull, and they put an antenna woven into its tail. What's sad is on its first mission, they put it near a park bench in a park to go eavesdrop on these two men, where it immediately wandered away into traffic and got hit by a taxi. So I guess that was a huge waste of money and cat. Arctic Obscurities iceberg. First, we got Ice Fingers of Death. So these things are called brinicles. They're basically these eerie-looking underwater icicle things that form in really cold underwater environments. They're essentially these columns of death that move down, freezing anything they touch, freezing things like starfish, plants, and even fish if they don't move. Unsinkable ghost ship. So there was this boat called the SS Beichimo. It was a cargo ship that became a ghost ship after it was abandoned off the coast of Alaska in 1931. It was abandoned there after it was trapped in the ice and then floated away when the crew went to a nearby town, and the crew just assumed the ship had sunk until they started hearing different reports of it being sighted floating around. So this ship had in fact not sunk, and over the next several decades, people reported seeing it and even boarded the ship several times. But every time they were able to get on the ship, they weren't able to take control of it and they were driven away by bad weather. The last sighting was in 1969, which is 38 years later after it was abandoned. What's so crazy is to this day, even after the Alaskan government did an investigation in 2006, we don't know if it's actually sunk or if it's still floating around. Antarctic Atlantis. So this is the theory that the lost city or lost continent of Atlantis is actually Antarctica. The main reason people think this is because of this thing called the Piri-Reis map, which is a map that really shouldn't exist just in general. The reason why it shouldn't exist is because this map was created in 1513 and appears to have mapped the entire world along with Antarctica 300 years before Antarctica was discovered. What's really odd is somehow they accurately in this map depicted Antarctica as it would look like with no ice on it, which just doesn't seem possible unless the climate was different on Antarctica at the time, which might indicate some sort of advanced civilization being there. Moon controls Arctic methane release. So this is just a fact about how the moon influences methane emissions from the Arctic Ocean as the moon causes tides to rise and fall. At low tide, there is less water pressure, which causes more methane to get released, and at high tide, there is more water pressure causing less methane to be released. Lake Vostok Google reviews. So Lake Vostok is Antarctica's largest lake, and it's underneath a gigantic glacier. It is actually 13,000 feet below the surface, and nobody has been down there. But if you go to Google Maps and you look at the reviews on Lake Vostok, people say things like nice warm weather, I recommend it, you can swim with organism 46b, and then talk about how a scientist was gotten by the organism. There's this other one that reports how these scientists were sitting over an open creature that resembled an octopus studying it, and how he barely managed to escape because they started shooting at him when they realized he was watching him. And there's a lot of funny other ones. 700-year-old soot. So this is referring to the fact that these researchers have found this 700-year-old soot that was actually from fires that were set by the Maori people while they were settling in New Zealand. They basically were drilling for ice samples in Antarctica and pulled one out and saw this soot and calculated that it would have been 700 years old, which is insane. Andrew Dawson giant sightings. So this was a really viral thing on TikTok where this guy was claiming that he saw a giant on a mountain in this far north area in Canada, and he also took a video of what he was claiming was the giant. Then after this guy also claimed he was being stalked by a government agency before he disappeared. In the video, he shows this thing on the mountain that if it was a person, it would have been like really, really massive. And he also showed other videos of this strange aerial phenomenon that some people think are UFOs. And in a later video, there was this black car that was following him around. Now, while some people claim that these videos are just set up or faked, others think this man actually saw something he shouldn't have because he suddenly quit posting online. Antarctic Godzilla. So this was a thing that happened back in 1958. There was a Japanese whale researching vessel called the Soya, which I would never ride on that ship. Anyways, this ship was conducting research around Lutsa-Home Bay, Antarctica in 1958. At first, they saw this thing that they thought was just like an oil drum that had been abandoned by another boat before they realized this thing was moving straight towards them. They described this thing as being some sort of animal that had a head that was roughly the same shape as a cow or a horse, with the top of its head looking kind of like a monkey's head. They also described it as having large eyes and pointy pointed ears, and an engineer on the boat observed the creature closely and discovered that it had dorsal spike fangs, kind of like Godzilla, on its back. Also, they said from analyzing this creature, they assumed that it lived on land because of its long, dark brown body hair it had all over itself, and the captain of the ship, who was a fan of Godzilla, nicknamed it Antarctic Godzilla. What's interesting about this story is I believe this was the inspiration for what became the Ningen later on, that cryptid that kind of looks like a whale and has a human face. But anyways, that's all I got for this video. I love the Arctic and the Antarctic. I know this video was not just about the Arctic, it was about the South and the North. But thank you guys for watching. Thank you for being deranged and liking very obscure things like this. I love you. I love you. Types of civilizations iceberg. So this is based on the Kardashev scale, which was created back in 1964 by a Soviet professor who was trying to measure a civilization's potential technology based on their energy production. Type 1 civilization, also known as a planetary civilization, they would be capable of harvesting all the energy on their home planet and storing that energy. Currently, we don't even fit on the Kardashev scale at all because we don't harness all the energy that gets to Earth. It is estimated by scientists that Earth will become a Type 1 civilization within the next couple hundred years. Type 2 civilization, also known as a stellar civilization, this means that these guys would be able to control the total energy output from their sun, and then they'd be able to take that energy and transfer it throughout the solar system. So it's theorized the way they would harness this energy from the sun is by building a structure such as a Dyson sphere. Now, a Dyson sphere is a hypothetical megastructure that surrounds a star to capture the energy that comes off of it. Now, more recently, scientists think that the idea of like creating a solid structure around the sun is mechanically impossible, and so they rather like the idea of a Dyson swarm, which is basically the same thing as a Dyson sphere, but it's a whole bunch of like little satellites that orbit around it and harvest the sun's output. Anyways, the amount of power this civilization would have would be amazing. They would be able to reach everything throughout their solar system and mine planets and asteroids and do whatever they want in their area. Type 3 civilization, also known as a galactic civilization, so similar to a Type 2 civilization, they would be able to harness the entire power of a star, but not just their star, but every star in their galaxy, which the Milky Way galaxy that we live in has hundreds of billions of stars. That's like near limitless power. They would be able to use this to manipulate stars and planets and achieve things that we would consider impossible, such as instant travel across hundreds of light years, and likely manipulating space-time, which might kind of be a byproduct of instantaneous travel and like teleportation. Anyways, you get the idea. They could probably do like wormhole travel, terraform planets, create new solar systems, and it's hard to imagine a civilization could get much more powerful than this. But next is a Type 4 civilization. So both Type 4 and 5 civilizations are not technically on the Kardashev scale, but were extended later by other scientists. So a Type 4 civilization is called a universal civilization. This level is just like a Type 3, except instead of being able to just harvest their galaxy, they could harvest the energy from the entire universe. So they'd be going from 400 billion-ish stars under their control to nearly 200 billion trillion stars, which is really hard to comprehend. They would likely figure out how to harness things like dark energy or dark matter, things that we don't hardly understand today, and maybe even harness energy from black holes and destroy entire galaxies and build them to their liking. Type 5 civilization, this is where things get really weird. A Type 5 is described as a civilization that's not just capable of harnessing the energy in their own universe, but rather parallel universes as well. So this civilization would theoretically be able to travel across the multiverse, traveling from reality to reality, claiming domains as their own. They would likely figure out how to do things that we can't even comprehend today, and they could likely harvest things like white holes, which are still just hypothetical. We don't even understand if they are real or not, and likely manipulate the very fabric of reality and the laws of physics, such as the speed of light or even like gravitational forces, making them have unlimited manipulation over the universe and potentially creating or destroying entire universes at will. A Type 0 civilization. So this is much smaller than all the other civilizations we just talked about. A Type 0 civilization would be able to control about 1 megawatt of power, which is tiny. It's the equivalent of having like 100 campfires burning at any given time. So based on the amount of energy that we have, we are technically a Type 0 civilization, more specifically a 0.75 type civilization, but really we're not even on the scale at all. Anyways, it's crazy to think about like what the future holds and what kind of hypothetical civilizations could be out there. Some people genuinely think that these type of alien civilizations are out there, and we need to be careful because, you know, if like a Type 2 or 3 civilization found us, they would just harvest what we have and be gone. But I don't really think that's really going to happen, or I'm not the biggest on worrying about that kind of thing. But yeah, don't put out radio signals to aliens. Weird animals iceberg. First up, we get the platypus. So these are mammals that lay eggs and don't have a stomach. And the males have this venomous spike on their heel that causes excruciating pain. Now, while they have no nipples, they do produce milk that comes out of their skin and kind of looks like sweat. Also, under UV light, they kind of glow a greenish color, so I guess Phineas and Ferb was right. Axolotl. So these things are known for their ability to regenerate lost limbs, but also regenerate parts of their brain and heart. They're said to be able to regenerate the same limb up to 5 times. Under rare circumstances, they usually don't do this, but sometimes they will metamorphosize and transform into a land-dwelling salamander. But normally, they stay in the larva stage where they look like a normal axolotl, where they are able to still reproduce with others. Narwhals. So this looks like a cross between a unicorn and a whale. This is a toothed whale that is native to the Arctic. Its horn thing is actually a spiraled tusk that is a modified canine tooth that grows through their upper lip, and these tusks can reach up to 10 feet long. They use this tooth for sensing changes in their environment, such as different temperature in water, salt level, and where nearby prey is. What's really funny is back during medieval times, they used to sell narwhal tusks as unicorn horns, and they believed they had like magical powers, and it was reported that Queen Elizabeth paid the equivalent of $2.7 million for one tusk to add to her crown jewels. The shoebill. So this is a 4.5 foot tall bird from Africa. Despite looking really menacing, it is really menacing. It's kind of horrifying. Not towards humans, but it does this hunting technique called collapsing, where it stands motionless for an extended period of time, where it then suddenly lurches forward with its large razor-sharp bill and ambushes its prey, such as fish, but also sometimes baby crocodiles. They also poop on their legs to stay cool, so that's cool. Blue dragon. So the blue dragon is this sea slug that is this small, really cool looking, pretty dangerous thing. So it eats venomous creatures such as the Portuguese man of war, and once it eats it, it stores its venom in these stinging cells, which then makes its own sting even more potent than the man of war. So it's pretty dangerous. Pangolin. So this is a really weird looking mammal with these large scales. So it is an insectivore, kind of like an anteater, and it literally just walks on its hind legs. Here's a video of it. It is the only mammal covered in large hard scales all over it, which is made out of a similar material to our fingernails, so it's very tough. If it feels endangered, it will roll up into a ball to protect itself, and its tongue can be as long as its own body. The Maned wolf. So the Maned wolf is one of the coolest ones on here in my opinion. It is this tall, lanky canine creature from South America that is not a wolf and it's not a fox, but rather it is the only species in its genus. It has long legs that are perfect for navigating tall grass. It stands nearly 3 feet tall at its shoulder, which is taller than gray wolves, and it has this really strong smelling pee that is comparable to skunk spray that it uses to mark its territory. What's different about it compared to other canines is that it hunts alone and its diet has a significant amount of fruit. Another strange thing is that it mates for life, kind of like a penguin. Big fin squid, also known as a Magnapina squid, this is one of the most mysterious and alien-looking creatures in the world, in my opinion. So no adult specimen has ever been collected, and we really only know about them from a handful of deep-sea footage. Scientists aren't sure what they feed on, how they feed, and how many species of it exist. It has these crazy tentacles that kind of bend like an elbow, and they can be 20 times the length of their own body. This can make them up to 26 feet long. However, we've only found juveniles, so imagine how big like an actual adult would be. They appear to drag their long arms along the seafloor to kind of grab their prey like a net, and what's really scary is they have been sighted as deep as 20,000 feet deep, and they are the only squid known to inhabit this zone of the ocean. Anyways, I like animals a lot, and I think these are all really cool. I feel like I learned a lot in this video. Like, you guys might think that I'm like an expert in these things. I have no idea. I just looked this stuff up and then we talk about it in these videos. But yeah, don't get bitten by a blue dragon or stung by a blue dragon. Time travel iceberg. First up, we got Hawking's time travel party. So, you know, Stephen Hawking, the famous astrophysicist, he hosted a time traveler party on June 28th, 2009 at the University of Cambridge. The purpose of this party was to test the possibility of time travel, as he sent out invitations after the event, reasoning that only time travelers from the future would know to attend it. The party included champagne, balloons, but nobody showed up. This led Stephen Hawking to conclude that time travel is completely impossible. Or maybe nobody wanted to go to his party. Guy with a phone. So there was this picture taken back in 1943 that shows a man talking into what appears to be a cell phone. However, the first mobile phone wasn't around until 1973. Some think that this guy was a time traveler, while others think that he was simply just scratching his ear, which, like, if you think about it, who would he be calling unless his phone like went through time? But others say that maybe he was just holding a watch as he was standing next to a watch store. Man from 2036. So in 2000, this guy started posting online claiming that he was a time traveler from the year 2036 and that his name was John Titor. He described that there is a dystopian future ahead of us where the US has split into 5 regions after a civil war and a nuclear conflict in 2015. This guy claimed to be a soldier who is traveling back in time to 1975 to recover the world's first portable computer, which happened to be invented by his grandfather. He said this device was crucial for rebuilding infrastructure in 2036. He claims that he successfully got the computer and decided to stop in the year 2000 to visit his mom and warn everybody about what the future was going to be and all the wars. Some people got really into believing that this story was real, but in 2009 they did an investigation and concluded that Titor was likely just a creation from a Florida entertainment lawyer along with his brother, a computer scientist. The Moberly Jourdain incident. So on August 10th, 1901, Charlotte Anne Moberly and Eleanor Jourdain visited the Petit Trianon at Versailles, France, and claimed to have experienced a time slip. They said that they met a lot of people from back in the day and believed that one of them was Marie Antoinette, who was sitting in the grass outside drawing a picture. They later published their account in 1911 in a book called An Adventure. They suggested that they witnessed scenes from 1792, and both of these women were highly educated. Moberly was a principal at St. Hugh's College in Oxford, and they didn't want to tarnish their careers, so they used these fake identities to write this book. Their story sparked fascination, but a lot of people were very skeptical, with critics proposing that they just stumbled across a costume event or just experienced a shared delusion. This incident remains one of the most famous controversial cases of alleged time travel, with no definitive conclusion. Taurid. So this refers to a fictional country where this random guy claimed to be from back in 1954. This unnamed man arrived at Haneda Airport in Tokyo with a passport saying that he was from Taurid. The guy was seemingly normal. He wore a suit and knew a good amount of Japanese, but when workers confronted the man, saying that Torrid wasn't a real country, he got upset and insisted that Torrid had existed for nearly 1,000 years, and he even went and pointed out a map to where his country should have been. It was between Spain and France, and he was confused on why it wasn't on their map. Japanese officers took this guy and put him up in a hotel for the night and put guards outside his door while they conducted a more thorough investigation, but in the morning they were shocked to find that he had vanished. Now, while this was a really popular and cool story, it is largely considered to have been made up, and it was actually based on a real story about a guy named John Zegras, who was arrested in Japan for identity fraud and bank fraud in 1959. This guy also claimed to be from a place called Torrid, but it was actually like a misspelled version of Taureg, a place in Algeria. This guy was actually caught and served 1 year in prison. The Lamp Nightmare. This story is also known as the parallel life story / awoken by lamp story. So this was a post a guy did online where he claimed that he got into this fight and got knocked out. So while he was knocked out, he claims that he felt like he got married, had kids, lived an entire lifetime that was really wonderful and happy, until one day when he was sitting in his house, he noticed that a lamp looked very odd, and it was like inverted in a way that it should not exist. So the guy then stared at the lamp for 3 days until finally he realized that this lamp wasn't real, and that his wife wasn't real, and the kids that he had wasn't real, and his house wasn't real. And basically, the last 10 years of his life was fake and wasn't real. He then claims that he woke up with bystanders worried about him because he'd just gotten knocked out, and he went through like 3 years of depression and grieving the loss of his wife and children that were very real to him. This may or may not just be a story that someone made up online, but if it was real, this would be very sad. Alright, Archduke Ferdinand created anime. This is just the argument that because Archduke Ferdinand was taken out, then World War I happened, which then led to World War II, which then led to Japan getting defeated, and then the US occupying Japan for a while, which brought in Western influences into Japan, including animation techniques, which then eventually created anime. So Archduke Ferdinand, anime. At least we got Attack on Titan though, am I right? Chronovisor. So in the 1960s, this Italian monk named Pellegrino Ernetti claimed that he helped develop this thing called a chronovisor. This was a time viewing device that was like a TV screen that could view past events using quantum physics and sound wave manipulation. They claim that the Vatican used it to witness historical events, including Jesus' crucifixion, Napoleon's speeches, and it said that this device was dismantled to prevent misuse, and that the Vatican now hides it in its secret area. He also allegedly created these grainy pictures of Jesus on the cross that was supposed to be authentic, but others claim that this is just a reverse image from a postcard. What's interesting is church officials neither confirm nor denied Ernetti's story, which kind of added an additional layer to the mystery. Volcano iceberg, world's coldest lava. So this only comes from one volcano called Oldoyo Lengai. It's located in Tanzania, and it produces this rare type of lava only found there. The lava is cooler than regular lava, so much cooler that it actually flows kind of like water. And one time back in 2007, a guy actually fell directly into the lava flow and he survived. Although he was severely burned, he was able to climb out on his own. This lava also turns white whenever it hardens, so it looks like snow. Volcano taller than Everest. So Mauna Kea is this dormant volcano located on the big island of Hawaii. When it is measured from its base underneath the ocean, it is 33,500 feet tall, making its total height 4,000 feet taller than Everest. Mauna Kea's summit also has these rare conditions because of low humidity and minimal light pollution, making it one of the world's most important astronomical observatories. You can actually even drive up all the way to the top of it, which I did earlier this year, and there was something really cool about being that high above a place that's like right on the equator. You could really tell how far above the clouds you were there. Krakatoa. This was a volcanic eruption in Indonesia that is known for creating the loudest sound ever recorded at 310 decibels. It was so loud that there was this boat full of British sailors 40 miles away from the eruption, and half the crew went completely deaf because of how loud it was. Mount Vesuvius. Mount Vesuvius was a catastrophic eruption that happened back in 79 AD, which buried the Roman cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum under thick layers of ash. I just learned that around 20,000 people actually lived in the area and got away after the eruption before they died. So what happened was they escaped when it was raining ash and dirt, but a lot of people stayed because they didn't think it would be that bad. But then once the pyroclastic flow started, the hot gas could move around 400 miles an hour, which there's no way you could escape that. Mount Vesuvius is still considered an active volcano and is considered as one of the world's most dangerous volcanoes because over 3 million people live in the hazard zone. Vortex rings. So this is a rare volcanic phenomenon that produces these perfect smoke rings of gas and ash that rise from the craters. These rings form whenever gas bubbles collapse into the magma, puffing out circular clouds. Mount St. Helens. So Mount St. Helens is located in Washington State. It erupted in 1980 and was the most significant volcanic event in U.S. history. What's kind of crazy is the sequence of events that followed this eruption. There was a massive landslide that triggered a 5.1 magnitude earthquake, which then caused the largest debris avalanche ever recorded. This landslide then triggered a pressure release that led to the eruption. The blast from this eruption then traveled at speeds up to 670 miles an hour and flattened 230 square miles of forests in minutes. The trees all around were snapped, and the blast force was equivalent to 24 megatons of TNT. Yellowstone supervolcano. This is just the fact that Yellowstone National Park sits on a volcanic hotspot with a 45 to 30 mile wide caldera. This volcano is actually fueling all the geysers such as Old Faithful and has a magma chamber that is 3 to 10 miles below the surface. Scientists estimate that there is a 1 in 730,000 chance per year that it could erupt, so that's good. And if it did erupt, theoretically it could be capable of burying the states of Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, and California in 3 feet of harmful volcanic ash. It's even possible that there would be some sort of minor orbital shift, like the Earth would kind of change a little bit because of the tremendous amount of power from one explosion on one side of the world. And it could also cause a seismic chain reaction causing several earthquakes elsewhere, which is crazy. Year without summer. So this is referring to Mount Tambora, which was one of the most powerful volcanic eruptions in modern history. It was so bad that it erupted for 4 months in 1815, and it threw up 24 cubic miles of rock and ash, which actually circulated the globe for roughly 3 years. After this eruption, the year 1860 became known as the year without a summer because of how much cooler it was. And this was due to the enormous amounts of ash and sulfur dioxide that was released that blocked the sun and lowered global temperatures. This led to crop failures, famines, and severe weather anomalies all across Europe, North America, and Asia, even though Mount Tambora is located in Indonesia. Something interesting about this is the rainy, gloomy summer that happened because of this was said to inspire Mary Shelley to write the story Frankenstein, which is pretty crazy. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. I love volcanoes. I saw one erupting one time and it was cool. Just like a minor eruption at Volcanoes National Park. That's me. Mysterious People Iceberg. First up, we got Tommy Wiseau. So this is the guy that made the really bad The Room movie. This movie was so bad that it cost $15 million to make and only grossed $1,800 during its original theatrical run. The big mystery behind Tommy is nobody's really sure where he came from and how he made all his money. He's claimed various times to be from places like New Orleans or have lived in France, but other sources claim that he lived in Poland or that he had a different name for some reason. And as far as how he made his money, generally it's thought that he got his money from properties and owning stores, but for how he got the money to buy them, he said there's a couple ways he did it, from jeans to making weird bird toys, or even that he got in a near fatal car crash and got a huge payout. So yeah, it's still a big mystery and no one knows today. Satoshi Nakamoto. So this is a name that's used by an anonymous person or persons that developed Bitcoin. It's speculated this is a man that was living in Japan because of the Japanese name, but we also know that this guy has flawless English from some papers he's written. After launching Bitcoin and helping it gain traction, Nakamoto just vanished from the public in 2010, and whoever whoever it is must have known that what he created would get him into a lot of legal trouble, and they're probably also a billionaire now. There's this interesting theory that the guy who made this was a software developer for both the cartel and the CIA, as both of them need to do a hidden way of transferring money to profit off of operations. I actually do know who it is, but I'm not going to tell you guys. Thomas Townsend Brown. So this was an American inventor who did intense research into odd electrical effects. This guy claims that he created anti-gravity technology, and there's this conspiracy theory about how this guy was part of the Philadelphia experiment. The Philadelphia experiment was this alleged event where the US Navy teleported an entire naval ship from Philadelphia to Virginia. And there's also other conspiracy theories that go along with this about how things like the B-2 bomber is powered by some sort of electrogravitics, which is just like anti-gravity technology. Anyways, on Thomas Brown's Wikipedia page, it's really oddly worded and very dismissive. It will say things like, he didn't understand the field of science that he created, even though he invented it. And other things like, oh, he was crazy, but he defined and manipulated this natural phenomenon that was ionic wind. So it's just really weird that, oh yeah, he was a genius, but he had no idea what he was talking about. I've always been big on the possibility of anti-gravity and that sort of thing, so, which probably makes me look really crazy. Jerome of Sandy Cove. So this was a guy who just showed up on a beach and had both of his legs cut off. He appeared out of nowhere in this beach called Sandy Cove in Nova Scotia in 1863. What's weird is nobody knows where he came from, but he didn't seem to speak English, French, Italian, Latin, or Spanish, but it appeared that both of his legs had been skillfully amputated by a skilled surgeon. What's also weird is this guy barely spoke at all the entire time he lived after this, and his hands were soft, which led to a lot of people believing that he wasn't a laborer, and some speculated he may have been some sort of nobleman or heir to a fortune who was silenced or discarded. Anyways, this guy lived 50 years after he was found in nearly complete silence, which is really sad. Man in the Iron Mask. So this was a real prisoner that was held during the reign of King Louis XIV. He was arrested in 1669 and imprisoned for over 30 years in various French jails. He was forced to wear this mask to probably conceal his identity. Theories on his true identity have been speculated to be either like the king's twin brother or some sort of disgraced nobleman or a valet that knew too much. But likely it was someone that could be recognized if he was seen in public and was an embarrassment to the state. So there probably is a real conspiracy going on there. The Leatherman. So the Leatherman was a mysterious man who lived around the 1800s who became a local legend in the northeastern part of the United States. Although his identity is still unknown, what we do know is that he wore a full suit of leather, his shirt, his shoes, his hat, everything was leather. He also walked this strange repeating 365-mile route year after year, which took him through certain towns in Connecticut and eastern New York, where he returned to each of these towns roughly every 34 days. He also lived in caves and rock shelters that people started to call the Leatherman shelters. So pretty cool, real urban legend. The Count of Saint Germain. So this is a real historical figure that had various identities, such as Count Bellamare, Prince Rogowski, Marquis de Montferrat. Some believe this guy was the illegitimate son of the Transylvanian prince. What's weird about him is everybody claimed that he never seemed to age. Eyewitnesses claim that he looked the same for decades. He hung out with famous figures like Voltaire, who famously called him the Wonder Man who does not die and who knows everything. Officially, this guy died in 1784, but sightings of him continued well into the 1800s. It's also weird he was big into alchemy, which a lot of people at the time believed that alchemy went hand in hand with like the Fountain of Youth, the Philosopher's Stone, the Elixir of Life, which were all things that were said to give you eternal life or eternal youth. So there's kind of a conspiracy theory around this guy being immortal somehow. Rasputin. This guy was an absolute weirdo. He was called the Mad Monk. Grigory Rasputin claimed to be this holy man, although he never was officially an ordained priest or monk. Despite this, he appeared as a mystic and faith healer and got the role of a spiritual advisor of Tsar Nicholas II of Russia because he seemed to heal their son. This gave Rasputin unofficial power over the entire country, What I think is really interesting is during this time, Russia had this really obscure cult called the Klists. They were a very strange cult, and at the time there was a very popular rumor that Rasputin was part of it, although historians haven't confirmed that today. Towards the end of Rasputin's life, or reign, or whatever you want to say, there was this group of French noblemen who decided that he had too much influence over the royal family, so they attempted to poison him, where he ate enough cyanide to, quote, kill several men instantly, but apparently it had no effect on him. Then it was said he drank 3 glasses of wine that were also laced with cyanide, and he didn't die either. So finally, these men decided to just shoot him, and they shot him in the chest, where he then laid down like he was dead until he jumped back up and started attacking the shooter. Finally, after Rasputin had pursued the shooter into the courtyard, they shot him in the head where he died. And yeah, he is a very strange looking man. He looks very scary. He may be one of the scariest looking people in history, in my opinion. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for enjoying history and mysterious people just like me. You're just like me for real. Places you can't visit Iceberg. First up, we got the North Pole. So this is referencing the northern point of inaccessibility, which simply put is just the point in the Arctic Ocean that is furthest from any landmass. Now, while a lot of people claim that some have reached the northern point of inaccessibility on foot, others claim technically these explorers that reached it were using the wrong coordinates. And so it has yet to have been reached, and the main reason it's so hard to get there is because there's no landmass there. You're just dealing with constantly moving and shifting ice and extreme environmental conditions, and it's just really hard to get there. Niihau Island, also known as the Forbidden Island, this is the 8th Hawaiian island that has been privately owned since 1864. Because of this, access to the island is restricted to residents and invited guests, making it nearly impossible to go there. What's really interesting about this place is they have no paved roads or modern infrastructure, including electrical grids. So people get around using horses, bicycles, or just on foot. And they say going there is kind of like stepping back in time to the traditional way Hawaiians lived. Surtsey Island. So this is the youngest place on Earth, being born out of a volcanic eruption just back in 1963 off the coast of Iceland. This place is strictly off limits to the public, and only a handful of scientists are allowed to set foot on the island. The reason for this is because there are very few places on Earth where you can study how life colonizes new land without human interference. Lascaux Caves. So these are caves in France that contain some of the most incredible Paleolithic artwork anywhere on the planet. There's over 600 vivid paintings of things like horses, deer, bison, and other animals that have since gone extinct. It was discovered in 1940, but in 1963 it was permanently closed to the public to preserve the paintings because there was a lot of people going there and it was kind of ruining the artwork. Tomb of Qin Shi Huang. So this is the tomb of China's first emperor, and it's actually like a pyramid structure. I'm sure you guys have seen the picture of the Terracotta Army, which is like these life-size stone statues of these Chinese warriors. These statues were buried all around this tomb pyramid thing for the first Chinese emperor, and officially nobody has been inside of this tomb chamber that the emperor was in. There's a few reasons why nobody's been in there. The main reason is because they believe there is literally a river of mercury down inside of it, and that opening it up would destroy everything inside because it's possibly pressurized because of the mercury evaporating. There's also a few conspiracy theories on why they haven't opened it, such as there being some sort of supernatural curse on the tomb, or that they were doing immortality experiments back in 200 BC and they found something they don't want us to know, to there even being a theory that there's nothing there and that they know that grave robbers got in there and took everything, and so the mystery maybe is more intriguing than the truth. North Sentinel Island. You can't go there because they'll just try to kill you. This is an island I'm sure you've heard of. It's located off the coast of India, and it's almost entirely untouched by modern civilization. It is 23 square miles of dense forests that is so isolated that the people there are still hunter-gatherers using bows, arrows, and spears. And it's really crazy. This thing happened where this iron boat washed up on shore, and these people literally went from living in the Stone Age to going into the Iron Age because they harvested the iron off of this boat, and they went into the Iron Age without learning metallurgy, and they are using iron that they don't know how to make. It's crazy. Dulce Dulce base. This refers to a conspiracy theory about this secret underground base near Dulce, New Mexico. This theory claims that there is a multi-leveled 7-story deep bunker that is jointly operated by humans, gray aliens, and reptilians that are doing genetic experiments, like creating human-alien hybrids. Anyways, this conspiracy theory came about after this Albuquerque businessman intercepted these electronic signals that he believed were from alien spacecraft, and it's pretty crazy. I've never heard of it until recently. Allegedly, there was a lot of stuff going on here, like New Mexico state troopers finding unexplained cattle mutations, and there being some battle with aliens in 1979, and yeah, it's really crazy. Poveglia Island. So this is known as the most haunted island in the world. This is an abandoned island that was once used to quarantine plague victims and also as a psychiatric asylum. This island is now owned by the Italian government, and it is strictly off limits to the public, allegedly because of decaying structures, but some think maybe it's off limits because of it being dangerously haunted, or they don't want the public to find the actual scale of the amount of people buried in mass graves there because of the Black Plague, and that maybe the Black Plague there was much worse than historically written. Anyways, I don't know about you, but I am always intrigued about places you can't go, and I want to go to them, but thank you guys for watching. Thank you for always wondering where you can or can't go. In this video, you can't, maybe. Movie Entities Iceberg. First up, we got the Shimmer from Annihilation. The Shimmer first came to Earth on a meteorite where it became this mysterious expanding zone that scrambles and combines DNA of any living thing it touches. For example, it combines the DNA of a shark and a crocodile, or like humans and this scary bear thing that mimics it. More specifically, at the end of this movie, the main character goes to the root of this expanding zone and goes inside this lighthouse where the Shimmer takes a drop of her blood and creates a humanoid entity. The Shimmer entity is this really creepy, shapeless, glowing thing that mimics all the movements of the main character until she seems to cause this mimic to inherit her self-destructive urges and then gives her a grenade. Death Angels from A Quiet Place. These are really freaky looking aliens that arrive to Earth on a meteorite. They are blind, but they have incredible hearing along with nearly indestructible armor. This allows them to massacre most of the sapient species on the planet, and I heard this really interesting theory that maybe there was this advanced alien civilization that wanted to take over Earth but knew that we had nuclear weapons, so instead of trying to take us over and then they use the nukes on them and kind of radiate and destroy the whole planet, instead maybe this alien civilization would send the Death Angels to Earth, kind of infest and wipe out the Earth so that they could take it over easier without destroying the planet. Pennywise. So in the movie and the book It, Pennywise is this shape-shifting cosmic being whose true form is beyond human comprehension. But essentially, its true form is this primordial being outside of our dimension known as the Deadlights. According to the lore, anybody that looks at the Deadlights either goes insane or passes away instantly. Pennywise uses these Deadlights to paralyze victims by opening up his mouth and revealing them to them, where they then look into another dimension and see his true form and then can't move. Tripods from War of the Worlds. This is a movie about Martians invading Earth to conquer it. So these tripods were placed on Earth a very long time ago, maybe thousands of years in the past, where the Martians used the lightning strikes as cover to go into the ground and get into their tripods. They then come up out of the ground in these tripods and just wreak havoc across the Earth and have instant disintegration rays and have poisonous black smoke that kills any organic life that is in it. And yeah, it's a great design. Steven Spielberg did a great job in his 2005 version. It has that incredible fog horn sound that is just really eerie and scary. Jean Jacket from Nope. So Jean Jacket was this thing in the movie Nope that looked like a UFO or a flying saucer, but really it was kind of a living creature that lurked around in the sky, hiding in clouds, and then feeding on anything that looks at it. Now, it's not extremely solid on whether this thing is an alien or something that originated from Earth, but it does appear to be some sort of atmospheric beast, which I think is really cool because I feel like in media we never see like atmospheric beasts ever depicted. Anyways, this is an animal that lives in the sky It's very strange. This entity consumes things whole and then digests them inside of its giant body. At one point, it kind of reveals its true form and unfolds into this like massive jellyfish kite fabric thing, but it seems like this creature is kind of inspired by biblically accurate angels, so it's very cool. The Thing from The Thing. This thing is of extraterrestrial origin, where it crash landed on Earth thousands of years ago, which is a common theme with all these. The Thing has a terrifying ability to perfectly mimic any living creature it comes in contact with, making it nearly impossible to detect by anyone else. Once it infects a host, it takes over their body on a cellular level, replicating their appearance, memories, and behaviors. It's also really hard to destroy, as every fragment of its body is independently alive. The Mater from the Ritual. This is a giant-like entity that is supposed to be like a creature from Norse mythology. It's described as the offspring of Loki, and it's this creature that lives in this very rural Swedish forest where it has created this cult around itself where these people offer sacrifices to it in exchange for immortality. But overall, its appearance is really freaky. It looks like this massive kind of elk-like creature that instead of having a head, it has this headless human torso that has these hands in the place of like elephant tusks that it can grab stuff with. The Pale Man from Pan's Labyrinth. So this is a kind of nasty, very pale humanoid creature that doesn't have eyes in its head, but rather embedded into its hands. In order to see, it has to place its eyeballs into the holes on its hands and then hold them up to its face like this to see. It lives in this lair filled with really eerie murals of it making meals out of children, and it has this huge table with food in front of it that's kind of like very tempting to eat, but if you don't eat from its huge massive banquet table full of food, then it won't try to eat you. It has really flappy skin too that's kind of designed to look like a really overweight man that lost all of its fat, and the character was inspired by the painting by Goya, Saturn devouring his son. Anyways, I think entities in movies are really cool. Personally, I think good character design really makes or breaks a good story. Video game myths iceberg. First up, we got Herobrine. So this was a thing in Minecraft where people claim to see this eerie version of Steve, but with glowing eyes, that would either stalk players or build weird structures or even like manipulate the game in strange ways. Despite being this huge thing that tons of people claim they saw, Herobrine actually never existed in Minecraft's code, but the Minecraft team did make jokes about Herobrine, and in some updates in the code they said they removed Herobrine and that sort of thing. Polybius. Polybius is one of gaming's most infamous urban legends. The story is, back in the early 80s, there was this mysterious arcade game that appeared as like a normal asteroid-style game that allegedly caused players to experience hallucinations, nightmares, and even have like amnesia and forget periods of time after playing. It was also rumored that this game caused fatal seizures. The game was said to be highly addictive, and there were some versions of the legend that claimed that men in black would actually visit these arcades that had these systems so that they could collect the data from these machines before they mysteriously disappeared. Basically, this was supposed to be some sort of MK Ultra-like experiment that a lot of gamers participated in without knowing. The Mount Chiliad mystery. So this is the biggest unsolved mystery in the game Grand Theft Auto 5. At the summit of the tallest mountain in the game, Mount Chiliad, you can see this cryptic mural that has these weird symbols such as a UFO, an egg, a jetpack. So many players speculated this was a hidden puzzle that led to secret in-game content. Over the years, players have discovered things like UFOs, hidden underwater hatches, and even Bigfoot. You can become Bigfoot in the game. But despite extensive investigation, the mystery continues, and many think that Rockstar was just trolling and the whole thing is a big joke. Call of Duty Halo. So this is a theory that both Halo and Call of Duty take place in the same universe, with Call of Duty depicting the past and Halo depicting the somewhat future. People think this because there's a lot in common. Both franchises reference historical, military tactics, and futuristic warfare. We see things like exosuits in Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, and then in Halo, we see the much more advanced version of these exosuits in their power armor. The Delphius Hills Ghoul. So there was this old mobile game called Carnivores, which was a sick game where you basically hunted dinosaurs, except you were really on another planet in the year 2190, and they were just aliens, but they looked exactly like dinosaurs. Anyways, in the Carnivores gaming community, there was this rumor that got really popular about how this guy found this giant green humanoid reptilian creature that he just found one time in the Delphius Hills area. And so they constantly tried to find this thing, and a lot of other players were trying to find it, but it actually wasn't in the game. However, they ended up making a mod for the game, so it's kind of in the game now. But it was a fun little kind of spooky mystery for a while. Rankles the Otter. So this was a character that was rumored to be in the game Sonic 3 and Knuckles. This myth originated in the UK version of the Sega magazine, who published a joke article in 1994 claiming that Knuckles was going to have a sidekick named Rankles, and it was going to be like a green otter with these oversized spiked ankles, and he was going to be hidden somewhere in the game. The article even said they would give a £1 million reward to the first person to send them a picture of Rankles in the game. But at the end of the article, it clarified that this was just a joke. However, many people did not realize this, and so many players spent a lot of time trying to find Rankles, and yeah, there was no green Knuckles. Mario 64, every copy is personalized. So this is a theory that has gotten really popular online. The idea is that no two copies of Super Mario 64 are identical, and that they might range from like texture to enemy behavior to level layouts, or even like secret content, and it's changed by the way players act in the game. Some people even claim that there was a lot of strange things that happened to them. There's this really popular video of what appears to be a Wario apparition that runs down a hallway chasing Mario and like trying to bite him, and it's really eerie. Shigeru Miyamoto, who was the Nintendo director, even had an interview where he said, "This game always changes with players playing." However, this was him speaking in English, and many people don't really think this is what he meant by saying that. However, a lot of people ran with this interview and thought he was referencing Mario 64 changing as different people play it. More likely what's happening is a lot of people are experiencing like the Mandela effect because they're misremembering details from a game they played when they were really young. But I still like the idea of some sort of cursed copy of Mario 64 being out there with Wario. Animal Crossing Night Clowns. So in Animal Crossing, there is this really eerie piece of dialogue that has created a lot of speculation in the game. If you invite a villager that is at a campsite to move into your island, sometimes they will mention how the villager that they are replacing wanted to move out because of the night clowns. So that started a lot of theories on what the night clowns were. Some think this was just a joke, while others think this might reference like the ghost spirits that appear at night sometimes, and others think this is actually a reference to real night clowns that are on the island, and that the unsettling music that you can hear on the island at 3 a.m. is actually the sound of the night clowns lurking around. Anyways, I thought it was a really interesting theory. I have never heard of this at all, and I didn't even know that they played this weird music at 3 a.m. But that music that they do play does sound like Goofy, like it would be something a clown would walk around to. So anyways, watch out for the night clowns. Natural disaster iceberg. First up, we got the Carrington event. So this was in 1859. It was the most intense geomagnetic storm ever recorded, with the energy being equivalent to 10 billion nuclear bombs. This disrupted telegraph systems worldwide and caused sparks and some fires in telegraph offices, and there were auroras visible as far south as Cuba, Panama, and Colombia. Scientists say if this storm happened today, it would very likely cause power systems to fail, cripple satellites, GPSs, and power grids, and likely cause all transformers to overheat and explode. The ones on the telephone poles, not the robots, which would cause blackouts almost everywhere, but also likely large fires. The Great Quakes, also known as the New Madrid earthquakes, this was a series of severe earthquakes in 1811 and 1812. This was the most numerous amount of powerful earthquakes in the shortest span of time. On December 1811, there was 3 earthquakes that happened in one day that were all roughly 6.5 to 8.1 magnitude in size. Almost 2,000 earthquakes hit in just a 3-month period in the New Madrid region, and because there were so many of these earthquakes and a lot of them were so large, a lot of weird things happened. The Mississippi River briefly flowed backwards and had waterfalls. Ground beneath people's feet literally liquefied and caused these huge sand boils, where even today, if you drive around the New Madrid region, around the southeast Missouri region, you can see huge piles of sand in areas that don't seem like they should be. The largest of these sand boils were 1.4 miles wide, and people also say that before this earthquake happened, they heard this awful noise that resembled distant thunder, which could be some sort of rare phenomenon known as the skyquake. It was also said that there was complete darkness that was caused after this earthquake because of sulfur that created this weird fog in the sky. And these quakes were felt more than 1,000 miles away, even by the sitting president James Madison, who was in the White House in DC. Hurricane Katrina. So this was a Category 5 hurricane that was particularly bad in New Orleans. The main reason it was so bad wasn't necessarily because of the storm itself, but because the levees that held back water failed and submerged 80% of the city. People say that the city cut corners when building these levees, and that's why they failed. And also, a huge reason it was so bad was because of mismanagement of disaster relief. People say that FEMA maybe could not have done a worse job. Thousands of people were left stranded. Tons of cases of food supply just went to wrong locations. And FEMA also purchased 25,000 mobile homes, but due to their own regulations that they made up, they could not be used by any of the victims that lived in flood zones that actually needed them, rendering them virtually useless. There was also this weird thing that I heard that I know isn't true, but you know, the whole zombie craze was going on at the time, and there are these people posting online that there were zombies down in New Orleans during the Katrina hurricanes. I don't know, I thought it was cool when I was younger, and yeah. El Reno tornado. So this tornado happened back in 2013 in El Reno, Oklahoma. It was the widest tornado ever recorded at 2.6 miles wide. Not only was it the widest, but it also had the highest observed wind speeds on Earth, with winds moving faster than 313 miles per hour. It is hard to imagine what a 2.6 mile wide tornado that is moving over 300 miles per hour would look like, and the destruction it could do. It's just nearly incomprehensible. Krakatoa. This was a volcanic eruption in Indonesia that was known for how explosive it was. It was the single loudest sound ever recorded at 310 decibels. It was so loud that there was this boat full of British sailors that were sailing by 40 miles away, and half of the crew went completely deaf from hearing the explosion. This event also caused a massive 140-foot tall tsunami that was caused because of volcanic material falling into the ocean, and at least 36,000 people lost their lives because of the eruption and the tsunami it created. The Lituya Bay mega tsunami. So this was in 1958. There was somewhere between a 7.8 and 8.3 magnitude earthquake that caused 40 million cubic yards of this mountainside to fall off this mountain into this bay, which then triggered a 1,720-foot tall tsunami in this bay in Alaska, and it is by far the tallest wave ever recorded. Here's a chart of the wave and different buildings. It is so massive. Now, although this is the estimated size because we don't know for sure, the size was at least large enough to rip off trees at around 1,700 feet on the nearby mountains. So this wave was huge. The deadliest disaster ever in 1931. So this is referring to the 1931 China floods. This very likely was the deadliest natural disaster ever. Anywhere from 422,000 to 4 million people lost their lives, which is a number so large that it's hard to think about, but also that range is crazy. For this disaster to have been so bad, there was a lot of terrible things that had to happen just right. First, there was a prolonged drought. Then it was followed by a really harsh winter, which led to excessive snow and ice buildup that then melted all at once, along with heavy spring rains and cyclone activity, which caused almost all the rivers everywhere to flood in this area. And then there was almost no flood control at all that was put in place, along with recent deforestation in the area, which caused the land not to absorb the water as easily. This caused floodwaters to cover an area of 69,000 square miles, roughly, which is an area comparable to England and half of Scotland combined. This is massive. Now, I think the number 4 million would have to be including like a lot of things that were triggered by this flooding, like economic depression and a severe famine, but I also think there was a lot of bad things going on in the country at the time as well. Death fog. So this is a term that's used to describe a limnic eruption. So this is when a body of water suddenly releases carbon dioxide and it violently erupts out of a deep water lake. The worst limnic eruption that we know of is the Lake Nyos disaster in Cameroon, Africa. This event suffocated 1,700 people. What happened was this lake for some reason just was building up all its carbon dioxide, and then for some reason, people don't know why, it all of a sudden released it. And so 0.75 cubic miles of carbon dioxide suddenly was just released, and because carbon dioxide is heavier than air, it laid low on the ground and traveled kind of low. Everybody that was close to the lake did not make it, but some people did escape on motorcycles by going up the mountains. I have no idea how they knew to do this, but also this carbon dioxide took out people that were 15 miles away. It was said that some people would be sleeping laying on the ground and others would be standing up, and without knowing it, these people would just fall asleep and pass away, and people standing next to them would have no idea. So overall, it's really terrifying to think about this happening, but it is a very rare event that I think only happens when it's on like a volcanic crater like this lake was, so it's not something you have to worry about like at home around another lake. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Natural disasters are really cool, but they are very bad. Tell me in the comments what your favorite one is in a measure of coolness, not of like, you know what I mean. It's terrible. They're terrible, but you know, it's interesting how they work and that sort of thing. Mass Hysteria Iceberg. First up, we got War of the Worlds. So back in 1938, there was this news broadcast that was telling the story War of the Worlds, but they were doing this in this kind of breaking news style storytelling. Now, because a lot of listeners were listening to the news and then only switched to this channel when it was over, a lot of people didn't realize this was just a science fiction story, so they thought it was real. This received a lot of massive outrage, and what's really funny is when I was doing research for this, they specifically state how the crisis escalated dramatically when the reporters described these creatures emerging from alien spacecraft and using heat rays against the police. The Meowing Nuns. So there was this history book written back in 1844 about this one nun that lived in a French convent back around sometime in the Middle Ages who began to sporadically meow like a cat. Shortly after, this led to all of the nuns in the convent meowing as well. Eventually, all the nuns there would get together and meow for hours a day, and it left people around the community absolutely astonished, and they were asking them to stop, where they would then just get meowed at, and the nuns actually didn't stop until the police threatened to whip them. Honestly, I kind of understand this because I have a cat. The Halifax Slasher. So back in 1938, there was this town in Halifax, England, where these two women started to claim they had been attacked by this mystery man that chased them with a mallet. Because of this, the paper ran the story about this, and then other reports came out about this man with a knife or a razor chasing women, and some women started to say that their dresses were getting cut, but they weren't getting cut themselves, and it got so bad that people started to form groups to go get them, where random people would just get beat up over it, and it turned out that a lot of the women would just cut their dresses and say that they were getting attacked by this mystery man. Now, to me, this sounds very similar to the hash slinging slasher from SpongeBob, but when I looked into this, it said that SpongeBob episode was based on like Freddy Krueger or whatever, but it sounds very similar. I'm pretty sure the Halifax Slasher has got to have inspired the hash slinging slasher. 2008 Congo football riots. So back in 2008 in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, there was this football game going on, and one team was losing, so their goalie allegedly just ran up and put a spell on the other team to make his team win. Because of this, a bunch of the other people just freaked out and started a big fight and said that this guy needed to be thrown out and it should be a penalty, where while they were fighting, the cops were trying to stop them, where then people in the crowd started throwing rocks at the cops. Because Because of this, the cops then shot tear gas up into the crowd that caused a huge stampede, and then 13 people died. The Monkey Man of Delhi. So back in 2001, people in Delhi, India started to say they're getting attacked by Monkey Man. So people would be sleeping on their roofs in India, where they would then say they see this 4 to 5.5 foot tall man that is half monkey and also wearing like medieval armor. They said this Monkey Man would attack them, and locals in India went completely insane over this. There was 350 alleged sightings. There was 60 injuries. 3 people just jumped off of buildings and died because they thought they were getting attacked by the Monkey Man. There was riots and mobs were formed to go find the Monkey Man. And at one point, there was this short, bald man who was a monk that was beat almost to the end of his life because a crowd thought he was the Monkey Man. No Monkey Man was ever found. Puppy pregnancy syndrome. This was once again something that happened in India. So people will get bit by a dog and then shortly after believe they were pregnant with puppies in their abdomen. This is localized in small villages, and doctors and psychiatrists believe that this is just a cultural bound disorder because they have this weird superstition there. Victims are said to bark like a dog and often report being able to see the puppies in reflection in water or also hear them growling in their stomach, and the locals believe that they will eventually die because of this. They also have witch doctors that claim they can cure this by like dissolving it, but don't eat watermelon seeds. Am I right? 1998 East Java Ninja Scare. So in East Java, Indonesia in 1998, the local population for some reason thought that they were getting targeted by sorcerers. In response, there was a bunch of unidentified vigilantes that dressed up in all black. People called them ninjas, and they started going out like Batman and just taking out a number of people that they suspected were sorcerers. This included religious leaders. In response to these people getting taken out, other Indonesians then attacked and ended these suspected ninjas. And by the end of all this, 307 people lost their lives. Talking Angela. So I'm sure you probably know about the game Talking Tom or Talking Ben. There was another version of this game called Talking Angela. This game was different because the animal would try to carry on a conversation with you. So because of this, a kid was playing this on their phone, and the mom was in the room with them, and they heard the little cat thing asking weird questions where the mom claimed it asked where they lived. She then posted this on Facebook and was saying it was really terrible and that it was really dangerous and a lot of different speculation about it, and this absolutely blew up into a huge rumor, which officially the app could not ask where you lived. But a bunch of different rumors came out of this. People would say that if you tried to delete this app off your phone would then get hacked and have a virus. And a really weird rumor about it is that if you looked close into the reflection of the cat's eye, Angela's eye, you would see an old man who was on the other side of your phone watching you. And so people actually thought there was a real person that was watching people through this app, through your camera. And it was all very weird. I just don't understand how people can see these things on Facebook and genuinely believe they're real. But anyways, because of this, the entire app was completely changed and it can't ask questions anymore. Anyways, we're all a little bit crazy sometimes, so I don't blame you for being hysterical, but at least you're hysterical enough to watch my videos, and I appreciate that. Iceberg. First up, we got candle sensor bar. So this was a trend where people figured out that they could just place 2 candles where their sensor bar was, and it could be used to control the Wii. This works because your controller just reads IR light, and so the candles put off that light so it knew where it was. Secret strikes / secret targets. So in Wii Sports Resort, there was this bowling mode where you got to bowl 100 pins, and if you moved all the way to the side and threw your bowling ball up on the ledge, and then it rolled all the way to the end of this ledge, it would actually hit a button that made this loud explosion sound and then gave you an auto strike and knocked down all the pins automatically. Also in Wii Sports Resort, there was an archery mode where you could shoot archery, and way in the background, way beyond the target, there were these secret targets that were either like a loaf of bread or different pieces of fruit that when you shot gave you a lot of points. 100 level tanks. So this is a reference to tanks in Wii Play, where there's actually 100 levels of tanks, where in the first 20 missions there is a preset layout that is the same every time you play. The maps are all identical, but then after those 20 missions there is actually randomly selected areas from a pool of 16 different maps. But then also the number of tanks increases as you progress through these missions. But there's 100 of them. Rehab Wii / Wii Relax. So Rehab Wii is not a game. It's just reference that the Wii has been used for rehab for a lot of different people. In like nursing homes or rehabilitation centers, they usually have a Wii to help people get moving. Specifically, they use games like Wii Sports, Wii Fit, or Wii Sports Resort. It's also said that the US Army uses the Nintendo Wii as a physical therapy device to help wounded troops get back up on their feet, and they usually use the same type of software. Wii Relax is a canceled game that is kind of obscure. It was being made as Nintendo made the patent, and it seemed like the goal of this game was to help users relax and monitor their stress levels, but it's one of the most mysterious canceled projects. Wii Vitality Sensor. So this was a real device that they actually did make called the Wii Vitality Sensor that probably was going to go along with Wii Relax. It was shown off at the 2009 E3 presentation, where basically it was designed as a regular vitality sensor that was compatible with the Wii. It was just a device that clipped onto a player's finger to measure their pulse, and like I said, it very likely was going to be used for like Wii Relax, but it said that it was very sporadic and didn't really make a lot of sense. Mii's aren't humans, so this is just saying that Mii's are not human, as they're obviously Mii's. So Mii's are humanoids, but they lack ears and they lack fingers. But in this game, Tamagotchi Life, Mii's specifically say things that allude to them not being human at all. They'll say things about how they're an entirely different species from humans. Some lines they'll say are, "You cannot defeat us Earthlings, we are Mii's." Or other things they'll say are like, "How big do you think we Mii's are?" Like in your world's metrics. Or, "You know we're really big, right?" Kind of taunting us and saying that actually they're really massive, but to us, we're looking at them thinking that they're small because we're assuming their world is the same size as ours. But also, if you notice, Mii's will kind of shapeshift different sizes based on the game that they're playing. So like for example, Mario Kart, they'll change sizes to fit the carts, or Wii Sports, they gotta be a different size to play the particular games. So I guess they're something different. Ancient Mii Civilization. So this is a reference to in Wii Sports Resort. You can find ancient structures and ruins throughout the island. These structures appear to likely have been built thousands of years ago. Specifically, the mysterious ruins look very like Roman-like to me. Also, there are the cliffside ruins that whenever you fly through the little eye coin thing, it specifically says, how did they build this all the way up here? So this could be a hint that this was some sort of advanced civilization, or that maybe it wasn't even built by humans, maybe extraterrestrials that are the Mii's. There's also some other interesting lore, like this place called Sea Serpent Cavern Ruins, where if you fly into this cave at night, you'll actually hear these eerie human singing sounds. And another thing to note, if you're flying around and you're getting all the little eye coins, you will notice 3 different mentions to, "Oh, I hope they get back before dark," or "They better get back before dark, they better get home before it's dark outside," because maybe there's something bad going on at dark on this island, which might just be a reference to the eerie singing in this cave. Anyways, all we know is that there's some sort of ancient advanced civilization, maybe the Mii's are aliens, and also everybody wants to get home on time before it's dark out. And also, somehow the Mii's have built this like altar looking thing inside the volcano. But all that combined makes me have a theory that either this island is haunted or the Mii's are darker than we think they are. Anyways, I have no idea. I'm just making this stuff up. The Wii Fortune Telling Channel. So the Wii had this really obscure channel called the Today and Tomorrow channel that basically used horoscopes to tell you what actions to do and what would happen to you that day. So you would click on this Wii channel and it would tell you like what color you should wear that day. It would give you a food hint on what kind of food you should eat that day, and also it would tell you different things to do that day. For example, it might tell you to clean your house just play video games, which seems kind of beneficial for Nintendo, or would just give you like general tips to improve your life. Along with this, it would give you these predictions on how much work you would have to do that day, as well as how much money you would make and how much love you would receive. So kind of weird. I'd never heard about this channel. I didn't even know that it existed. But it's very crazy, the obscure things that you can find out about the Wii after you play it your entire life. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. If you like the Wii, then yeah, you're just like me. But Mario Kart Wii is definitely the best Mario Kart, and just watch out for those Miis at night. You never know what they're gonna do. They're definitely not from Earth. Tornado iceberg. Before I start, I just want to say I'm not a meteorologist, but I am going to be talking about these topics just briefly from what I understand, and I'm going to try to do so respectfully because I know a lot of people have been affected by tornadoes recently. Starting off with dead man walking. So this is a phenomenon where people see these multiple vortex tornadoes that sometimes look eerily similar to a person walking. These things have individual vortexes that appear as legs or arms, and the most famous one was the Gerald tornado that was an F5 that hit Gerald, Texas in 1997. It was very strange because if you look at the footage of this one, it doesn't hardly move. It just sits in a small area and just grinds it to dust. Ghost tornado. This is just a reference to tornadoes being kind of invisible. There's these types of tornadoes that are nearly invisible because there's not enough condensation to make the funnel seen, and this can sometimes be very dangerous because people might not act or get to safety or even realize there's a tornado there. The 2011 super outbreak. So this was one of the deadliest tornado outbreaks ever recorded. In a span of only 4 days, there was 368 tornadoes confirmed by the National Weather Service, and several of them were high-intensity EF5 tornadoes that went across multiple states. EF5 sonic booms. So this was a widespread rumor that was specifically about the Smithfield EF5 tornado in 2011, where people thought they were hearing sonic booms because of how fast the tornado was moving. This Smithfield tornado was very devastating in rural areas like Mississippi and Alabama, and the locals were saying that they were hearing sonic booms coming directly from the tornado. However, meteorologists say that it's far more likely that they were hearing like bangs and explosions of different debris and stuff blowing up in the tornado, but you never know. The 1932 Great Kanto Fire tornado. So this was a natural disaster that took place after the 1923 Great Kanto earthquake that struck the Kanto plain on the main Japanese island of Honshu. This earthquake was an 8.2 magnitude earthquake that started fires, and then these fires were further fueled with wind that formed into these rapidly moving fire whirls or fire tornadoes that resulted in significant loss of life. In one instance, there was 40,000 people that were evacuated, and they were gathered in an open space where they were then all wiped out by a fire tornado. The Blackwell Supernatural F5. So this was an F5 tornado that struck Blackwell, Oklahoma in 1955. And for one, it was really strange because it went in almost a completely straight path. But what was really weird is that it glowed blue. And I'm not just talking about the lightning occasionally flashing and looking blue, but rather eyewitnesses were saying that it had a constant blue glow that was at the top of the funnel, and some were even comparing it to an arc from a welder. Not only that, but people were also saying there was these balls of light that were surrounding and rotating around the tornado, and some theorized that all of this light in the glowing could be ball lightning, but it's a really weird event, and maybe it was like some sort of continuous intercloud lightning. It's still a mystery today. The rolling fork lights. So this was a reference to what people think is a car that got picked up in a tornado. There was this storm chaser that was filming this large tornado in Rolling Fork, Mississippi in 2023 when he captured what looked like a car getting pulled into the rotation and then taken way up into the sky. Nobody knows for sure what was captured in this video, or if this actually was a vehicle, or if there were people inside if it was a vehicle. But whatever it was does look like a car's headlights that went a couple 100 feet into the air and was circling this massive tornado. But still, after looking into it further, I can't find any information on if anybody figured out what it was. The Joplin butterfly people. So the Joplin tornado was another terrible tornado in 2011. It was the single most costly tornado in recent history, with damage totaling $37 billion in damages. The reason why this tornado was so bad is because it went directly through the middle of town, which was probably the worst path it could have taken, and there was 158 fatalities and over 1,000 injuries. What's really interesting is people, particularly children, who didn't even know each other, all around town started to recall seeing these butterfly humanoids that protected them from falling debris or lifted them up and pushed things from hitting them right before they got injured. And if this is real, to me as a Christian, this sounds a lot like some sort of guardian angel or divine protection from God. But others like to say this is just people coping and it's kind of like mass hysteria after a terrible event. Anyways, tornadoes are terrible, and I hope I didn't cause distress. But it is really interesting, all the strange phenomenon surrounding tornadoes. It seems like this year we have had an insane amount of tornadoes, at least in the area where I live. SCP Iceberg. First up, we got SCP-173, the Sculpture. So this is one of the most famous anomalies, as it was the first SCP file ever written. It's very similar to things like the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who or just Coilheads from Lethal Company. It appears as this large stone statue that cannot move when a person is looking at it, but if a person even blinks for a split second, it moves extremely fast and will more likely snap your neck. SCP-096, the Shy Guy. This is basically the opposite of the last one, where the sculpture demands you to look at it. This one instead doesn't want to be observed at all. It's kind of Wendigo-ish the way it looks, kind of looking like a rake-like creature, and if anyone views its face or just sees a picture of it or a video of it, it will start covering its face and screaming and crying, and then it will run directly to the viewer wherever they are in the world and end them. This SCP always succeeds at getting whoever viewed it, and there is nothing you can do to stop it or prevent it from getting to you. If you look at it, you're basically done. SCP-3008, Infinite IKEA, also known as a perfectly normal, regular old IKEA. It's not. This thing appears as a normal IKEA store, which is, you know, the Swedish furniture store that's kind of hard to get through. If you get inside one of these things and then you lose sight of the exit, you basically become trapped in what is an infinite interior space that looks just like a regular IKEA. It has a whole bunch of furniture, but the workers are humanoids. They have distorted proportions and lack facial features. And also, this thing is so large and so many people have become trapped in here that entire communities and settlements are in here of people just living. SCP-939 with many voices. This thing is essentially a skinwalker that can't turn back into its human form. These things look like large reptilian creatures that have translucent red skin and no eyes. They live in caves and have this uncanny ability to perfectly mimic human voices, often relying on the voices of past victims to lure others into their dens and then eat them. Another annoying thing about them is if you see them and then you stop looking at them, just their presence causes memory loss. So essentially, someone can see them and then completely forget they even had an encounter with them, which makes them really dangerous. SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. So this thing looks like a hairy crocodile thing that is basically indestructible. The way it survives is by constantly regenerating its body, but not just regenerating in a normal way, but adapting to how it got hurt. For example, if it gets subjected to extreme heat, it might grow fireproof scales, and then it would also grow a way to somehow use a similar attack on whatever attacked it, so it would burn them. This SCP has a hatred for all forms of life, particularly humans, which makes them extremely dangerous. And there's actually a real-world cryptid called the Sakhalin Island Seawolf, which was this globster creature that was washed up on the shores of this island near Russia that looked really weird, and people thought it was some mythical creature, but in reality it was just a decomposing beluga whale, which I can't can't show on here. SCP-7819, no vacancy. This is a really cool one. Basically, it is a predatory location. This thing manifests itself along U.S. highway systems where it usually appears as a predatory motel along highways. It only appears to drivers that are alone, tired, and traveling at night. If a person enters it, they become trapped in this liminal shifting space with strange unsettling phenomenon. There are these figures that mimic staff and other guests which are not human. And if you want to survive in these things, there's actually a list of specific steps you have to take to get out, but I'm not gonna read these all on here. But it is very similar to what I would imagine the back rooms are like. SCP-3000, sometimes just called the Eel. There is lore about this thing being a mythological legend that was told in Bangladesh about this story of this giant snake deity that had a head that was the size of an entire town, and it was so large it could swallow up entire armies in one gulp. But then the Foundation found out information that made them assume it actually existed, and so they tried to study it. However, studying it always ended in disaster, as anytime someone got close to study it, this thing oozes out this goo that makes people go insane. This thing is very big at 500